Good time zone artifacts, and a happy birthday to all of those around the world. And you're probably wondering, Victorian Blues, Vicky B, what happened? Where'd you go? Well, last Friday, technology decided to rebel against me again. They're getting too uppity for their own good. Sat down, got here, sat down, turned on the computer. Immediately, a warning popped up and said, hey, there's an error with your hard drive. You should probably scan it. And I go, okay, that's concerning. So I clicked on scan and repair, and it started doing that, and it said it'll take a while. I'm like, okay, well, maybe I'll be a little late if all things work out. And it actually finished in time for the stream. I was like, sick. And it popped up and said, ha, JK, there was no error at all. I'm like, okay, well, sure. So I opened up everything, opened up OBS, and then I went to click on LD player. And as I did that, my antivirus was like, whoa, hold on a second. That LD player, it's bad news. That's full of malicious programs. Like 24 warnings. I'm like, well, that's really weird. It was fine 24 hours ago, but okay. Guess I'll quarantine all of that and figure it out after stream. But hey, luckily, I still had Moo Player installed from when we played X Astros. So I'll just use Moo Player instead. I'll have to download Arknights, but no big deal. So I launched Moo Player, and Moo Player then said, hey, you're gonna have to reinstall. There's an error or something. Like, okay. Let me reinstall Moo Player. So I did that. And then it was working, so I went to go download Arknights, and it wouldn't download. Like, hey, sorry, we can't download this. Like, okay, try again. While I was doing that, I was trying to set up Moo Player on OBS and remembered that, oh yeah, Moo Player is kind of finicky with OBS, and I don't remember how I got it to work last time. Still couldn't download Arknights. So I was like, okay, I'm running out of time. What else can I do? Oh, maybe I'll try, Google released their like computer app version. I guess technically it's just an emulator. It's like, okay, I'll try that, why not? Downloaded that. Oh, it only installs on the C drive for some reason. People have been complaining about it for the past 2 years, and they've not changed it. And my C drive's only for the operating system, so that was a no-go. So I uninstalled that. Mainly because I downloaded it on the C drive, and I was like, well, maybe I'll just move it off the C drive and see if it works. It didn't work, so then it was broken, so I just had to uninstall it anyway. Like, okay, I'll try Nox Player. That's another emulator people talk about. Download Nox Player. Immediately, on downloading, the antivirus was like, hey, whoa, we don't like Nox Player either. And also Nox Player like kind of froze my computer for a little bit, so that was weird. Uninstalled that immediately. So then I was like, well, what the heck am I gonna do? By this point, I'm like over an hour late to the stream, right? So I'm not gonna download BlueStacks because I don't like BlueStacks. BlueStacks has never worked for me. So I wasn't gonna try BlueStacks. So I went back to Mumu Player because I was like, okay, Mumu Player worked the best. If I can just figure out the issue with OBS, which I did very quickly, and then if I can just figure out how to download Arknights, we'll be good to go. Took me about 3 tries to finally get Arknights to download, but it did. By that point, though, I'd have like an hour left in the stream, so no stream on Friday. But we're back. Mumu Player is up and running. Hopefully it's all working. I'm going to, after stream, probably check in on LD Player and see what that is. It's probably a bunch of false positives. When I looked it up, they've had this issue in the past with antivirus for LD Player. I guess they consider it a discriminatory false positive because I guess they're like a Chinese company and it's all registering Chinese adware, which technically is true. But we'll see. Maybe they'll fix it, or we'll just use Mumu Player. Who knows? Either way, it all should be hopefully working. But I really was not happy with all that, and I really was disappointed that I couldn't play more of the story on Friday. I want to get through it. We have less days now. I don't know if when the time runs out on their event section, if we can't do the little mini game stuff, because there's another one that we haven't even unlocked yet. So we have to push through it today. Well, bam. Hopefully audio is good.
Have you been doing well lately, Doctor?
You know, also they announced a new thing coming out on Thursday, so boy howdy, we gotta get through stuff. Friend request. Wow. It's the co-op. Oh, really? They brought back the co-op. Oh, snap. Maybe I'll try it out this time. No point of order, but I do want to talk about the skin we got for Savage, because the lore, the description is kind of weird. Didn't expect this, didn't see this coming, but it's Bloodline of Combat, so it's like a future, right? A future outfit, potentially alt universe, but either way. Savage raises her lantern, her suit billowing in the abyss. Deeper in the darkness, graviton accelerators link in a loop, twinkling in unison. They have noticed her arrival. So the first part of that is like, okay, neat. Under this area of Terra, there's like particle accelerators. That's cool. Makes sense. Precursors probably built it. Like, whatever, I guess. Sure. But then the last sentence is very ominous. They have noticed her arrival. Who noticed? The accelerators? The builders of the accelerators? Concerning. Strange. Very strange. And that's it. I mean, I don't know what else to make of that. There are multiple accelerators. And something underground noticed her arrival. Maybe an AI running the accelerators. I don't know. Are the accelerators just leftover accelerators, or are they actually important? They're graviton accelerators. Graviton. What is a graviton? In theories of quantum gravity, the graviton is the hypothetical quantum of gravity, an elementary particle that mediates the force of gravitational interaction. Right. So these accelerators are messing with
May you first rest.
Gravity particles. Perhaps part of the terraforming of the planet? I don't know. Also, I guess in Arknights, gravitons actually exist, because in real life, they're just theoretical. Unless they're graviton accelerators because they're trying to find gravitons. Maybe that's it. I don't know. Who knows? I'm not a quantum physicist. Or a particle physicist. Or any type of physicist. But I do love they throw these skins out here, and there's never any indication that, like, oh, this skin must be something important. They always seem so innocuous, and then bam, they drop some weird deep lore for the iceberg. Anyway. What happened last time? Boy, howdy. Everyone met up on the airship at the Shadow's core, trying to figure out a way to turn it off and to stop the Revenant. But it wasn't working out too well. But Amia did fight it, and briefly was able to, like, turn it off. So we tried to leave. Everyone tried to leave. But right before we did, the shadow came back. Severed. Well, or not necessarily the Revenant. Maybe Teresa. Some sort of force severed the connection with Lifebone and the airship. Freeing the airship. The Revenant reactivated. Is maybe fusing with W because she picked up its core. But either way, it was too late. The airship entered Almanam, or hit it, or whatever. And before we could do anything, everyone rapidly assimilated into the Oranginium. We awoke inside the Assimilated Universe, the priestess saying hi, giving us some information, and then Oranginium started to or perhaps priestess herself, because she definitely is at this point also just the Oranginium. Pretty sure. That's my running theory. Created a nice fantasy world for us where everyone's happy. Rhodes Island is doing well. No one died. Everything's fine. But then I think we entered a room or exited the ship or something. Found W and Logos. Amia, we found Amia. She's actually wearing a dress that Teresa left her in this world. But we regrouped with everyone, and then there's a tree that's... I mean, we saw that the first Oranginium and Amanam were turning into a tree on the shard, but now also in the Assimilated Universe, we're at the base of the tree. W, who hasn't figured out what's going on, asked us what's going on. And Kaut's like, we're inside Oranginium. That's where we left off. Also, Ines and Odoer, who are still on Lifebone, were Odoer woke up finally and was like, Ines, we gotta get out of here. She's like, but they're still on the airship. And he's like, doesn't matter. We gotta take the Lifebone and we've gotta save as many people as we can. If it's the only thing we can do at this point. Procession of Kings soothed the raging rivers of the souls. What is this? PRTS analysis indicates that a 3-star rating has not been achieved in a lower level environment of this stage. What? Under environmental compatibility, attempting this stage will consume sanity equal to the... Oh, you know what? Okay. It's because this is a new install of the game, so the tutorials are all back. That's what's happening. I'm like, what is... That's what's happening. Because we're on level 2 still. Yeah, so... I understand. Logos can't be used in this one? Oh yeah, Logos is here. Look at that. Okay, that's fine. Universe? What's a universe? Oh. Oh, we need to start. Further back than we expected. Okay. I guess she's not very educated. That's okay. No language that you are familiar with has such a word. It is a concept far wider than the land and the sky. It is all of space and time, and everything contained within them. Also, W, the world is round, in case you didn't realize. Even the most arrogant of gods are unable to claim mastery over it as a whole, because the word itself signifies infinity, as well as the possibility for constant change. However, Orangenium is able to incorporate it in its entirety, all in its finest details, forming an assimilated universe within. Okay, stop. In short, we got two things. One, for some unknown reason, we were dragged into the Orangenium along with the airship. Not that anybody knows how tiny rocks can have this huge place inside of them. Two, we're not dead, and we don't know how we're all still alive inside this universe in the Orangenium, right? A reasonably accurate summation of the matter. Heh, no reaction. Not even a raised eyebrow. W, did you just throw a bomb into the sea? What else would I throw? I had to test the waters somehow. That bomb's as good as my hand, right? The old hag said that we got stuck inside the Orangenium. Maybe I could have oh so conveniently blown a hole. Look out. What the hell happened? It was like there was something pulling on me. The yellow stuff down there is liquid Orangenium, right? What else could the bomb have blown up? It would not have ignited. There is no energy present to fuel a reaction. I cannot sense any Orangenium within this Orangenium area. Perhaps I should phrase it differently. As all Orangenium outside this realm exists in a combination with other matter, so too must it abide by the laws of the external universe. But here, those laws are dictated by the Orangenium itself. You're not making any more sense than that old hag. We have entered a place that operates on its own grammar. I can sense the language contained within this ocean of Orangenium, vast, boundless, without limit. As of yet, I have been unable to thoroughly analyze it. So Orangenium doesn't exist inside Orangenium? Stop, Logos. Do not attempt to comprehend this language for now. We should not disturb it. Although it is highly likely that we are already within danger sight, the fact that this ship is permitted to exist is proof enough that we are safe, at least for now. The ship and the Orangenium Sea. This Rhodes Island exists because of you, Doctor. We should have been assimilated by the Orangenium and become part of the ocean. Thanks to you, we were not. You have changed, no, redefined a portion of the law. Under circumstances that you yourself could not perceive, you have used this language. So, okay, so... Well, first, did we change it or did Priestess change it? Second, so is there not actually a universe inside Orangenium? But there could be. Like the information's there, so if someone can control it, there could be a universe inside it, but technically, otherwise, it's just formless information. which I think does make sense, since this is like a hyper-specific scenario unique to us. The one I spoke earlier, I don't remember it. Sometimes it's in my brain, sometimes it's not. Ha! Who would have thought you had this sort of thing in you? Don't tell me that those weird dioramas on the ship were all in your dream or something. Those heartwarming illusions were disgusting. Oh, does she mean the fake? I thought she meant like actual dioramas. I think she just means the fake little Rose Island we just went through. Yeah, I don't like them either. W turns her head, pondering as she looks ahead. Sure you don't. Shush. She has barely even glanced at you since you entered the Assimilated Universe. The real question is, now that we've barged into the Orangenium, how do we get out? Can this haunted ship take us somewhere? Rhodes Island sails atop the Aureate Sea. It resembles a mirror of purest gold more than anything else, its surface unembellished, nary a ripple in sight. A question suddenly comes to mind. Are you really sailing? Also, point out, background, right side, diamond, very similar to the whatever that door was called that is related to Amiya's arts, which I guess are the King of Sarkaz powers. The ocean surface seems static. Everything does, really. It's too quiet. I can't feel anything. The flowing emotions, rich memories, all faded away. Dr. Cowsett, this is inside Orangenium, right? I don't understand. It's already devoured so much. Cities destroyed by catastrophe. People died of oropathy. Shouldn't traces of all of those lives be here in this sea? Why is there nothing here? Because this is the end. Everything sealed away by the Orangenium is trapped in this unchanging, undying end. Oh, how wonderful. A good place where even the dead can't die. Not even the Laterans could think of something so heavenly. No wonder that there's no Sarkaz aboard the ship. How could a sweet, blissful place like this have devils like us? Yeah, there was no Sarkaz, I guess. Interesting. No Sarkaz. You might be right. Other than you and Logos, I haven't seen a single Sarkaz since we arrived. The Sarkaz, they are closely connected with Orangenium, but where are they? I guess they are in the Myriad Souls, which is separate, maybe? Did the ship ram into something? Is there something on the water? The ship ram into something? Sat. Sarkaz in quotation marks. Those shadows are Sarkaz there. Marchin'. The war eternal continues, no matter if it's on the battlefield outside or in here. No matter if they're dead or alive. Countless Sarkaz shadows appear above the surface of the sea. Wendigos, Diablos, Naxahirs, Banshees, along with many ancient clans lost to time. They grasp clubs and spears, or crossbows and greatswords. Some even bear witchcraft cannons on their backs. The water is calm, but the many shadows form a torrent surging forward. Charge, fight, forever without rest. War. I mean, I guess all the people are just in the soup, in the Oranginium soup. The Sarkaz's war against everything, persistent through millennia, never ends. This is where the myriad souls of the Sarkaz return. Okay. That answers that. So the myriad souls is still connected to Oranginium, but they don't fully assimilate. They just become ghosts that fight each other. I see cities devastated. I see Oranginium blanketing the land. Oh boy, Nerl's voice, which for some reason is difficult. I don't know why. Rhodes Island is straight ahead. Hang on. Panting heavily. Hi. Shining, what's wrong? The door has opened. Distance between life and death is closer than ever now. It is something that all Sarkaz can hear. We need to survive this round of impacts. The airship's been eaten up by Oranginium, which means the Royal Court casters are distracted. This is our only chance. There's too much damage to the vertebrae. Hodwer. I can hear it. Did the Fahrenheit speak to you again? What did it say? No. No, it's something else. I can hear all of history's wars happening at once. Look, Vina, is it just me, or did that big red thing above Londinium get even bigger? Not just bigger, the red's darkened now. It's like the entire sky is turning into Oranginium. Storm's not calming down either. The Sigh of Kings can't cover a range that wide. The Sarkaz will destroy the entire city and far, far more beside. Amia, you must make it in time. The myriad souls bars our way. Here, in this place where everything is stilled by Oranginium, only they continue to fight. Everyone hears the low roars resounding above the Golden Sea. The Sarkaz war will never stop. The Sarkaz's anger will never end. How interesting. Looks like a bunch of long-dead Sarkaz heroes are still fighting their asses off. I guess this is what they meant by a living hell. But why are they blocking us off? Hey, that thing in front of us, the tree root, don't you guys think it looks like a tower? Yeah? You noticed in the moment you stepped back atop the deck. It stands tall in the middle of your field of vision, uniting the golden sea with the quiet sky above, yet not fitting in with either. Is it really a tower? Is it taller than everything? Or it is taller than anything you can imagine. Why is there a tower here in the Oranginium Sea where everything ends in stasis? The answer springs forth unbidden. Babel. Babel's finally a tower. Okay. The airship's goal was here all along. She must be on top of the tower, guiding the myriad souls. Indeed, she's waiting for us. The tower is our only beacon in this featureless ocean. All the answers we seek are where we started. We will climb Babel and face her. And then... Amia. Yes. I'd say I'm pretty clear-headed right now. Making it all the way up here, there's no way I haven't figured out what I want to do. There's still a lot of people on the outside fighting their asses off. If we weren't so quick on the draw, I'd think we'd be seeing a few more faces here among the dead heroes. Hey, old hag, bring your little monster out here to help us. It's gonna be pretty rough, the way we're headed. I cannot do that. Monster is unable to appear here, and I do not wish to arouse any unnecessary attention. Huh? Another one of those reasons that you don't want to talk about? Dr. Eleazar, I am severely limited by the environment here, but it should have no influence on you. I will need you to move the ship. Yeah, so why can Monster not manifest here? Monster is organic, and Cal sits here. I've never really taken the helm before. You need not worry. The heading of this Rose Island does not depend on your skills at the helm, nor on any machine or energy generator. We are within Oranginium. You will have noticed by now that you hold special significance to Oranginium. The reverse is very much the same. It is equally as irreplaceable to you. I thought you wouldn't tell me this. My silence has many reasons. Frankly speaking, I still have reservations on whether or not I should be helping you retrieve this knowledge. Because of things I've done in the past? I understand now. You said that you hate me. Hate, torment, anger. I cannot deny it. At the time, I did not only lose Teresa, I also lost someone that I once hoped I could trust. You felt disappointed. I was very disappointed. In myself. I was not completely aware of your changes, or rather, my preparations were insufficient to reverse the outcome. We were able to glimpse the first rays of light of our goal, but Teresa's sudden departure extinguished the flame. Once more we were plunged into deepest night. If we do not make the right choices this time, the darkness will be eternal. Well, maybe you shouldn't be trusting me again. No, I should trust you. I did worry that if I allowed you to regain your memories regarding Oranginium, it might bring about unforeseen changes. But over and over you showed proof to me, to Amia, to everyone, that my worries were unfounded. The only thing I can say for certain is that we walk the same path. From Chernobog to Londinium, your experiences and your emotions have shaped who you are today. And now, you protected us, saved us from being devoured by the Oranginium, and turned into complex flows of information. You made Rhodes Island appear, and have offered us the opportunity to continue on in this stillness. Dr. Eleazar, show us the way out, and find the right path for yourself. The direction that our future takes, where Rhodes Island heads next, it is all up to you now. Alright. Rhodes Island, advance. You feel the movement of the ship beneath your feet. Passing through the Orangenium Sea, passing through the army of the myriad souls, the tower gets ever closer. But question, so we saved everyone from being assimilated completely. Did we do that to Teresa, or did Teresa herself, did she just have the power to also not be assimilated completely? Because I guess she's a Sarkaz? Why is the sea so choppy all of a sudden? She does know a lot about Orangenium. She was able to manipulate it, I guess, to make flowers. I guess maybe that same principle could apply. I don't know. The myriad souls are affecting the surrounding environment. The assimilated universe is no longer stable. The deceased Sarkaz are blocking our way. The myriad souls are angered. They're all looking this way. Sure, let them gawk. They can watch me step on their heads. Gonna run right over them. A great wave resembling a palm swats at the tiny Rhodes Island. W grins and laughs. She takes a running leap into the wave. W disappears into the maelstrom in an instant. But in the next, her laughter rings from within the golden mist. Haha, I knew it. That thing isn't part of the Orangenium Sea. I can blow it open. I never thought I'd get to open up Babel. The sounds of destruction ring out, from quiet cracking to roaring collapse. The great pillar to the sky should not have been damaged by such tiny bombs, but some of its roots peel back, hanging down towards the minuscule people aboard the ship, providing a route from the deck to the base of the tower. Excuse me. Let's go, quickly. You climb the fallen structures with all haste. To your surprise, the white material feels soft and pliant, almost like some sort of cloth. Amiya. Up here, I've got you. Amiya touches the roots, lightly. In an instant, countless hands stretch towards her, from the sea, from atop the tower, from the void. Close your eyes, Amiya. Close your eyes. The king spurs them, the king drives them, the king enslaves them. The king rules us, the king leads us, the king inspires us. You have arrived. You are among us. The myriad souls. The Orangenium Sea is close to boiling. The myriad souls thirst for the king of Sarkaz. The myriad souls wish to force the king of Sarkaz to stay. Go on ahead, Amiya. Go and see Her Highness. Obtain the answers you seek and overcome them. Logos. I also miss Her Highness, but we have long since bid farewell to her. When Babel still yet roamed the earth, the first circle of our fellows vowed to dedicate our lives in service to our ideals. Her Highness and I were no exception. As for the voices of the myriad souls, I will respond. I have been waiting for this moment ever since I sang my first elegy. Oh, sick. So that wasn't just the light of the Sigh of Kings we see in that picture, in that main picture. That's also the myriad souls. The will of the myriad souls is a frothing sea, billowing furiously. Frothing is a good word. Their hands clench swords. Their hands leash Farenmuts. Their hands command 1,000 armies. Their heads bear identical crowns. They are the lords of Sarkaz. They are the eternal existence of the Sarkaz. Nameless king of Sarkaz. There are no roads that we have not walked, no hardships we have not shouldered. You have not the strength to match us. You have not the fearlessness to match us. They examine, they interrogate. Countless fleeting emotions condense into a raging swell, enough to wash away any will of any individual. But through 100 crashing, surging waves, then 1,000, then 1,000,000, the one before them stands firm. The young Sarkaz lifts his bone pin, pointing it towards all the nameless kings of Sarkaz. He needs no words. His curses are his answer. My question is, was the Black Crown and the Myriad Souls always connected to Oranginium, or did it become connected when the TCAS touched the first Oranginium? Like, we saw in Amiya's module, you know, a glimpse into like the Black Crown's creation by the by some research team of precursors, right? But no indication that it's directly related to Oranginium. And if it is related to Oranginium, like, what was its purpose? If everything was supposed to be assimilated, no one would wear the crown. And there's no indication that that research team was the Doctor and Priestess either.
Can your eyes keep up?
They've got the projectile movement speed for this one. Try that out.
Feels fresh. Losing sight.
Could you not?
Your lives are mine to protect. The moment you break the law, your back's against the wall.
It's music school. Oh snap. Actual Sarkaz.
I'm prepared. I haven't taken orders in a long time.
Bad luck. You ran into me. Moving to designated location.
Waiting for your call.
bait
I'm gonna
yet?
kill those things.
Feels fresh. Come on. Let's pick up the.
Nothing can mask the scent of despair.
Bad luck. You ran into me.
My toxicant is ready. Poison kiss.
Need speed to succeed.
Honey to me.
What?
Poison to you.
So, is he dead? So he is actually dead, right?
My toxins will slowly burn your life away.
I see them. I'll be right back.
Poison kiss.
Need speed to succeed.
Honey to me. Kill like a shooting star. That's what they say.
I hear the elegy. Faith, the curtain of destiny.
You saw nothing. Need speed to succeed.
Any instructions? Haha! Losing sight.
Who's next? Bold Jockus T? I hope so. Called it.
I'm listening. I know what nothing can mask the scent of despair.
I hear the elegy. Morning star, the illumination of wisdom.
Too bad he's nerfed. Well, he is dead, you know. Still gets a phase 2 though, apparently. Okay. Shield guard. Wait,
Hallucinating?
the shield guard weren't Sarkaz though.
I'm prepared. I am Dublin.
Well, this is not good for my healing.
Poison to
Oh, there we go.
Feels fresh every kill like a shooting star. That's what they say. Poison kiss.
Waiting for your soul ring, the fairy of the other side.
Rude. Ow. Ow. I forgot he has an aura.
Come on, let's pick up the pace.
Roar. A
Rude.
word I've not heard in a long, long time.
Got it. I'm right here, Doctor. I wasn't supposed to sow the mountains when summer leaves the white dew. Seed the plains when equinox paints russet hue. I'm right here, Doctor.
I was gonna use Amiya's skill, but I guess we don't need it. Because Swire's explosions are just so good. Ever since King Yalish died, I continued to see him many more times. His emotions and experiences remained within Civilite Eterna, but there were marked differences between them and my memories of him. My impression of him was of a man who was always sitting at the center of the chamber of the royal court, his head hung low, never speaking a word while other members bickered amongst one another. Dukariel and Nej Shalem believed him too weak, telling him plain to his face that once more the Black Crown has erred in its choice of successor. He never responded. He merely continued to stare out the window, his gaze enraptured by the thick smoke billowing out of the furnaces outside. Only after his death did I know that Yalish was a remarkable caster and artisan, once dedicating his time to researching arts that would improve the living conditions of the people, planning out all the possible ways that Kazdal could step into the Crystal Age. He traveled for many years. Once returned, he persuaded the revenants to prepare to raise an immense furnace in the heart of the city, larger than any other. But once the crown fell upon his head, the newly coronated King of Sarkaz slowly slipped into silence. The sudden burden of all too many emotions and memories is a pain beyond measure. Many chosen by the crown did not have time to leave behind their names, so swift was their death from madness. But Yalish did not fall into insanity. He bore it all. It was thanks to his lucidity that he fell further and further into despair. The Black Crown had revealed a truth to him, and to me in turn. All that we can envision, the entire future of the Sarkaz, is most likely to be yet another loop in the cycle that is the tortured history of our race. All that we build will end in ruin. War will tear apart his Kazdal. War will kill him. War will kill me. Roars. He can't keep going much longer. Come on, take down the bastard and the witchcraft altar will be useless. A crossbow bolt lodges itself into the Sarkaz's chest. He takes no heed of it, continuing his advance. Beep, 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 beep. He lowers his head, seeing that the bolt fletching protruding from his chest have begun to shine. The cluster bomb within the Sarkaz's flesh explodes, a multitude of concentrated explosions faster than even powerful witchcraft can heal. Did it work? Haha, he really is dead. Damn, we blew him up sky high. All that's left are just bits of bone. This idea is amazing. We don't need to fear these monsters anymore. Wait. The Sarkaz's remains begin to glow. The soldiers instinctively begin to retreat, but it is too late. A spurt of flame and oranginium dust envelop this corner of the battlefield. Are they just rapidly exploding upon death now from Oripathy? My patriarch, your body! It will not hinder me in battle. The Victorians, they are fierce. They have adapted quickly. They are on the cusp of finding means to counter our ways. Our losses grow by the minute. Our warriors will not surrender. Our defensive line still stands strong. Indeed, my liege. It is enough. I believe in Teresa. I believe in Teresis. In Teresa. This has not changed. Not even now. I have talked to Teresis about Goldol, the city maker, many times. Goldol, is that the cousin of Gul'dan? The children of soil and stone had long since scattered across the land. I was in no way able to replicate his deeds. What with his unique talent for commanding gargoyles that he used to quickly lay down city walls of stone. However, I was able to learn much about his decisiveness and leadership. A clothes maker, a city maker. I'm glad they mentioned gargoyles. I've wondered a lot about gargoyles just because we've not really seen them. We've literally only seen one gargoyle. So they had a king called Guldul, the city maker. I feel like they've talked about that though. I feel like they talked about the gargoyles making walls and stuff in the past. But like, we don't even know where they are. Like most Cyclops, I guess, are in Sami, but like, where are the gargoyles? I jokingly told Teresis that perhaps Goldol and I were more alike than I thought. His face turned rather serious all of a sudden, telling me that he would not allow me to share the same fate as that king, betrayed by those he called his closest companions. Oof. Oof. Hindsight. I was never able to share all of Goldol's thoughts and feelings with Teresis. Goldol's final emotions had embedded themselves deeply in my mind. The last thing he laid eyes on was not the Diablo who betrayed him, but the city that he and his countless fellows had wrought together. We knew that Goldol would not be the last king of Sarkaz slain by the ones they hold dearest, nor was his city the final Kazdul. As long as there are still those who yearn to return home, Kazdul will be reborn from the ashes. Both BM and TAA are currently clear. You can proceed down those routes. The Orangenium crystal clusters shouldn't reach them for the next 15 minutes. I-9's no good, Feist. The beacon just changed color. The Orangenium mountain next to it is at a collapse risk. Closure. We've scouted ahead to I-903. We've got wounded. Looks like they're civilians. Yep, I saw it already. I'm sending a buggy to you. Make sure to meet it and get what defensive equipment and medicine you need out of it. You'll know where to go next. Oh right, there's also 2 drones headed your way. When the fog rises, keep an eye on the signal light. Green means no problem ahead. The exemplars will provide support at I-901. I can't help but ask, Closure. How many things are you controlling at once? I'm doing alright. I've got 7, 8, a dozen of things in total. Looks like. I've got my eyes watching a few other besides. The situation's a lot more complex than most other Rhodes Island catastrophe support missions. Pang. Don't worry, I'll be careful. Closure, you should also bzzz. Also what? Comms interference. Looks like drones 176 and 178 have lost signal. Found supplies. There's meds and eats. Nothing that can be used as a weapon. You can have the food and medicine, though. Don't take more than you need. You're really gonna try and make demands when you ain't got a weapon? Wait, vampire? Yep. Don't worry, I'm not with the royal court, and I don't know how to use arts to rip all of your blood out of your body with a snap of my finger. Tuh. If you really are with those bastards, I'll stick my sword through your neck right here and right now. You're not here on a mission, are you? Manfred wouldn't have sent a team who didn't recognize our logo. I know that saying this to you isn't going to change a thing, but this position's about to blow real soon. Do you mind not getting in the way of my work? Ugh. That crazy catastrophe is coming back around. Damn, the royal court and whatever insane thing they pulled out of their behinds. I ain't staying in this blasted place. Hey, this is 476. This is 467. You guys read? I said. The mercenaries who attacked the camp have been dealt with. Go, Closure. You should have moved to the next safe location. Sure. My thanks, Mr. Assassin. Or Master Assassin, even. Surrendering? If you are, then you can come along with us. Not like I got any other choice now. Since the war progressed, mercenaries have been scattered all over the battlefield. They're likely to return to old habits without the military commands keeping them in check. We will most likely be encountering many more attacks like this one. Wasn't it the same deal back in the day? It was. No matter if we must cross catastrophe or a horde of enemies, we will do our best to allow everyone who wishes to go home, go home. Has there been any news from the military commission? I heard they just killed the Victorian Duke and that it won't be long before they bag their second and third. Have you had any good meds lately? I want to heal up this busted leg of mine. Even getting rid of just 1 or 2 rocks would be good enough to run a bit faster in battle. Oh snap, it's Oda. He's still in Kazdal. Interesting. That's interesting, because he's technically... Yeah, I'm surprised he's not at Rhodes Island this whole time. He's been in Kazdal. But he's like... He was still loyal to Babel, but I guess maybe when Babel fell apart, he just stayed in Kazdal. Are you heading to Londinium too? Londinium? How am I supposed to make it there? Even if I wanted to go, the region's not going to want me. For this war, it's going to end up at Kazdal sooner or later, right? Those Victorians and Lytonians, they're not going to let us off easy, are they? You should probably start planning ahead too, little fella. Keep polishing that weapon of yours and remember how to use it to kill. And the military commission. After so many years, is our city really about to... I finally caught up with you. You're... Ermengar. Why was she out of breath? Did she walk here? She doesn't walk. She hovers in cubes. Unless did she walk here from Londinium after after the dynamic trio broke her cube? Did she just walk here from Londinium? How long is that trip? Your fellow professional. I mean, being a messenger. So many years have gone by in an instant. I've been away for so long from Kazdal. Not too familiar with it nowadays. I heard that I would be able to find who I seek at these coordinates. Would you mind telling me how to get to the former location of Babel? We know that the Liches were going to turn Kazdal back into a nomadic city. Although at the time we learned that, I didn't realize Kazdal was ever a nomadic city, but we've seen in Babel that it was a nomadic city. But like technically it still should be a nomadic city. It hasn't been that long. But I guess they're just going to repair it or something? Our progress on Babel's work saw heavy pushback at every turn, as expected. I was never worried about failure, but I did not want to see those who harbored hope fall back into the cycle of despair. I dove deeper and deeper into Civilite Eterna. Calcit reminded me that this could put a strain on my body, but time was short and I had to make use of every resource that I could. In the end, I managed to find that the Far Chaser was the very first king of Sarkaz. I saw a faint vision of a war that engulfed the sky and the earth, a crowd of people being devoured by despair, and then what was perhaps Oranginium? I could not say. It looked far different from the black crystals we are familiar with, glinting with the cleanest luster. Our king, defender of the first Kazdal, offered his very soul and blood to it. Soon after, eternal night descended. All sound and light faded from us without a trace. The Far Chaser had renounced his name and left little emotion within Civilite Eterna. I believe he did so intentionally. He embraced the darkness on behalf of all Sarkaz and buried himself within it. What I had stepped into was a cold and desolate tomb. I paced back and forth within, lost in thought amidst the silence. Up until the moment that I realized that the darkness was not as desolate as I had assumed. A tower. Only by building a tower tall enough could we reach the darkness above. Everything we build will collapse into ruin and be swallowed by the sands. This is true. But our will and our desire allow us to rise back up from the dust millions upon millions of times. We climb. We climb. We never stop ascending, crossing over the limits of our knowledge. Until we transcend the darkness. So this is why there's a tower here. Well, somehow or the other, looks like we managed to reach the top. How long did we spend climbing this thing? It feels like I've been climbing for ages. Indeed, but we might need to climb a little longer. Hey, Bunny, what are you blinking for? I was listening. To the dead guys with the limited vocabulary nagging away? Haven't you gotten tired of them by now? Amia knows whose voice she heard. The King of Sarkaz is among the myriad souls. The myriad souls wishes the King of Sarkaz will listen. Amia cannot help but follow this voice in delving into the depths of Civilite Eterna, fumbling about amidst countless fragments of space and time. A ring chafes against the palm of her hand. If only she could remove them, she would be privy to secrets ancient and new, and all the details of the past will flow into her brain. Not now, Amia. Dr. Cowsit, you are being influenced by the myriad souls. In their impatience, they are willing you to accept their choice. I wish to understand her emotions. Then you must face her. We must all do so. She's right, Amia. I know. Other than the myriad souls outside, I can hear the voices of your hearts clearly. The doctors, Dr. Cowsit's, W's. Those who dare use arts on me to peep at my thoughts tend not to last too long. But, since we made it this far, I bet we're pretty much thinking the same thing anyway. Urgency, nervousness, and a brimming anticipation. All vivid emotions that contrast the echoes and the deathly silence. Let's go up together. We're very close now. Let me have a think on how we should tear apart this transparent ceiling. Perhaps she has already told me how. An eye within the darkness hangs above their heads. A rhombus. It appears to be the only light in the darkness, as if it is the one that devoured the brilliance of all other things. That's a rhombus, not a diamond, I guess. Amia raises her head. Every king of Sarkaz amongst the myriad souls raises their head. Amia stretches her hands out towards the rhombus. Every king of Sarkaz amongst the myriad souls stretches their hand out. But why a rhombus? These were the only words left to me by the first king of Sarkaz. The stone that enshrouds us like night is our suffering and our hope. We came here because of hope. At this moment, the Far Chaser, the City Maker, the wrathful Cerulean Flame, all the kings of Sarkaz are with me. Even Yolish takes up his staff once more. They fight alongside me, for the sake of our shared duty. The duty of the kings. The future of the Sarkaz will be revealed here. Heaven and earth, up and down, light and dark, past and future. All of a sudden, they are reversed. At the top of the tower, that is also at its base, at the end that is also its beginning, Amia hears a sigh. We have been waiting for you, King of Sarkaz.
Limit the enemy's choices, forcing them into unwitting traps. A familiar style. You really don't remember anything? Sooner or later, you'll have to face yourself, so think carefully. Bear in mind, this time, I'm ready to correct your mistakes.
421, but first, because I
Have you been doing well lately, Doctor?
Let's pull for some W. We got 2 10-pulls we can do. Ouch. Place your bets now. Who's it gonna be?
Happiness is at arm's reach when you're...
Hey there! Starting today, my
Oh, hey.
squad and I are at your beck and call, Doctor. Call me Paprika. You seem like a solid employer, but you're still on probation. I've got my eye on you.
Paprika, wow. I don't know what she does. She's still the only medic of her type, right?
Rhodes Island Operator Fang reporting in. I look different from before. Yeah, that's right.
Shows up once per chapter and it's gone.
Rhodes Island
Oh my
Elite
gosh.
Operator Logos reporting in. I think this procedure calls for...
Well, you won. You won the bet. Logos has officially reached the limit. I hate Logos. W hates the doctor. The W doesn't hate us anymore. Look, we're hanging out. She's about to go kill Teresa herself. Like, we have that in common. Yeah, so healing bounces between 3 allies, but reduces the healing received. Does the bounce travel outside of range? Because I can only assume that's what makes it not just worse than the standard AoE medic. ASPD. When healing, heal an extra 80% HP if the HP is below 40%. Gets an extra bounce of an activation threshold of talent becomes 50% HP. Okay. Fair enough. At least we got someone new. Gotta go through all these because the new install. Did the store reset at all? Not really. I don't have enough gold certs still to like invest. Really, the only reason I want W is for integrated strategies. I don't even want to use her outside of that. We got another boss already. The Myriad Dreams. A clash of wills and ideals. It takes a king to confront another king. Yes, I understand. weren't imagining it. Heaven and earth reversed in the blink of an eye. Strange, I don't seem to feel any discomfort. Do not be distracted by any changes in the rules of the Assimilated Universe. Mortals were never made to set foot in this place. There is no point trying to judge the lines between the real and the unreal based on our conceptions. Look up at the sky. The golden ocean that Rose Island sailed, it's hanging above our heads. Dr. Coutsett, I see Rose Island and the churning tides. The myriad souls call to me. They're trying to pull me down and drown me. Logos is still fighting the myriad souls. I don't care how above or below. I don't care how above and below change. Tell me. Where's Her Highness? Doesn't seem like she's here at all. Damn, this place makes me feel comfortable. That disturbing kind. But the voice that called me, that was Teresa's voice. The myriad souls. She's here. We have already found her. Enough riddles, hag. Look within your own eyes. Other than those weird pillars, I don't see any... She stops mid-sentence. Pillar, tower, myriad souls, Teresa. In that instant, she understands why her soul finds this place so comforting. The myriad souls have taken crimson roots here, extending to the furthest reaches of heaven. Those white pillars. They're Teresa's will. She's trying to stabilize the tower. She's been watching us. Time does not flow in the Assimilated Universe, but this miracle continues to grow. It's even trying to penetrate the sky that we're standing on. Maybe it already has. If she could break through the limits here, that means... Why are you looking at me like that? I had to make sure this thing we're standing on is solid enough, right? Don't want to get pulled out from beneath my feet when we finally get to see Her Highness. But this sky is more than what it looks. My bombs didn't even leave a mark. It's impossible to damage this place by any physical means. The limits of this place are set by rules beyond the comprehension of Terra, and incredible amounts of information. It permits neither change nor challenge. Could have fooled me. You're hiding something. Hood was right. This tower has broken through whatever limits you're talking about. I know that you have secrets not even Hood and Bunny know about. You've never been here, but you're strangely familiar with many things here. You hide it well on your face, but you can't fool me. Don't. We can't afford to waste any more time. If Her Highness has fallen asleep while waiting for us, someone has to put new batteries in the alarm clock. She's not as reckless as she looks, Coutsett. Ha! Give me a hand, Bunny. There's something I need to make sure. I was wondering, why would there be shadows in this hellhole when there's no sun and no moon? She throws her flashbang upwards. Rather than fall back to the ground, it keeps going up. The ball of light rises from the sky, flying towards the golden ocean, revealing a blurry shadow. Over here, Amiya. That shadow that won't go... That shadow that won't go away. He's here too. The Revenant? I don't sense any hostility. It's like he doesn't even notice us. Wanna do it, Bunny? I've got a score to settle with him. He must know something about this godforsaken place. Wait, W. This is strange. He's not like the other myriad souls we've seen lingering here, rather than leaving. If he's here, does it mean he's dead too? No, he's fine. In fact, he's never been better. He's fully at peace. I can feel it. A peace filled with sorrow. What did Her Highness do to him? Teresa saved him, retaining the last bit of consciousness that the Revenant had left. Not only that, she has brought clarity to his chaotic mind. She cured his madness? She can do that now? I don't know what Teresa's state is right now. Can you communicate with the Revenant, Amia? He may hold the key to the truth. I can try. A dark wave ripples from Amia, touching the black shadow. The shadow meanders and answers the king's whisper. You, so it is you who arrived here after all, in the end. The indistinct shadow opens its mouth. His tone is surprisingly calm, with no hint of anger. An instant of clarity has arrived after millennia of torment, soothing his fury at long last. It is no coincidence that you are here, Revenant. Teresa saved me, preserving the fragment of soul that should have disappeared. I merely followed her to this place, to witness the turning point of Sarkhan's destiny. Where did you say Teresa, Her Highness, is? She has departed to retrieve the seed from the very beginning. The seed? Omninam. Isn't Omninam already under Sarkhan's control? What else is Teresa trying to do? Orangenium created everything in this land. It has been utilized in many ways, but no one has truly mastered it. Except Her Highness. She said she would steal the fire from the source of all suffering. Our curse will become the weapon that reshapes our lives. An immaculate garden for the Sarkhans. Controlling Orangenium at the origin. After all we've been through, I think you know what this means, Doctor. Teresa is fighting for authority over Orangenium itself. Vision of Teresa and Teresa's goes beyond the limits of all knowledge on Terra. I can't let Orangenium become a weapon of mass destruction. There are no more questions. Calcid gazes at you silently. You have been through too much together. But why Teresa betray us like this? So we can talk normally after all, not just all that crap about suffering. I was human once. Yeah. I had rage against many things in my existence. The invasion of the ancients, the betrayal of the Sancta, the fall of Kazdal, and my rejection by the myriad souls. Until I came here and learned the true nature of the myriad souls. All I feel now is sorrow. And you've stopped making sense again. Did you not see the myriad souls on the golden ocean? All Sarkhans struggle against the injustice of fate their entire lives. There is no release, even in death. The myriad souls are only broken fragments of information that linger in this space imprisoned in another manner by another will. Her Highness said she would purge purgatory and bring salvation to all Zargas. You seem to be able to communicate with this old guy, Accountant. Why don't you translate what he's saying? You know, maybe, I guess in a way, W is the stand-in for the audience. When the lore is too obtuse. Although this makes sense. So I think she wants to destroy the myriad souls, which would mean that when Sarkaz die, they aren't, you know, brought here to fight for eternity. Which that I can agree with. I can get behind that. Is Teresa already able to modify the information within Oranginium? This was her promise. Teresa keeps her promises. Finally. Teresa. What did you say? Where is she? Amia, the shadow under your feet. Shadow? How could I cast a shadow when there is no light? No, this is not my shadow. Amia looks down and sees the striding white silhouette through the sky that she is standing on. Sky and beyond sky. Teresa and Amia, reflections of each other. Amia. Amia hears a whisper. She looks up and Teresa is standing by her side. She takes Amia's hand. Damn, the battlefield is changing again. Vina, the ground, it's rumbling. Stay at your post, Hannah. Don't get distracted. That thing above the shard just released some strange form of energy. If the Sigh of Kings falls. Remain alert. Allied Command is reporting at least 7 coordinates where sudden changes in terrain have occurred. 3 assault ships belonging to the Duke of Abercorn were reported destroyed. Communications were lost with 2 force recon units under the Duke of Ashworth. Order all units to stop attacking Hill C9. Scatter to the sides, or we'll be swallowed up by the waves of Oranginium. Got it. Everyone's moving, and we've got another really bad. And we've got another really bad news. Looks like someone's sitting on that empty throne in the Noxahir camp. The Noxahir King is back. The fog is getting thicker. Sarkaz are striking back. Horn, you and Bagpipe coordinate operations with Allied Command. You're more familiar with the Army's commands. The other units will support you. Lose this pass and we'll lose all the ground that we took. Roger. I'll help. I'm getting used to dealing with this stuff. Captain, look! The Glorious, it's crystallizing quickly. The Sarkaz are besieging it. The Duke of Castor is still on the ship. Victoria cannot afford to lose another Duke in battle. The sound of electrical static. Then the same voice is heard over all communications channels on the Victorian side. Attention all soldiers of the Alliance, this is the Duke of Castor, in command of the Glorious. You see, as I do, how the Sarkaz tyrant has torn apart our motherland. The malice and barbarism of our foe merely serves to strengthen our resolve to defend our country. As long as our ships and soldiers, as long as we do our duty. This is the resolve of Parliament, and every citizen, Duke or Commoner, General or soldier. Our foe climbs the broken bow, the Glorious once more. Oranginium threatens to devour our fortress. But you have not yet wielded, brave soldiers. Neither will Castor. I shall step up to the front lines and stand with you. We stand upon Mother Victoria. The Duke of Castor. Is he mad? The Steam Knight went mad a long time ago, Hannah. Did you see that right? Did the Steam Knight just smash into the Glorious? No, he smashed into the almost crystallized stone of the sword and Sigh of Kings. What is he trying to do? He wants to save his Victoria. Charles, what are you doing? Even the frightened soldiers in the rear heard the unusual sound from the Glorious. The armor patrols the stone of the sword, trampling every Sarkaz who attempts to approach it. Oh, okay. But he could contain the spread of Oranginium. Victoria! He roars, he smashes the ground, but there is nothing he could do to stop the Oranginium from swallowing the round blade. And so he charged at its foe, towards the Glorious devoured by Oranginium. Oranginium crystals shatter. The shock sends the Sigh of Kings flying, landing at Venus' feet. Well, that's convenient. Before countless eyes wide with astonishment. Vina pulls out the sword that had been with her for so long. She points it at the charging foe in spreading fog, not one step back. She is answered by the call of charge and the sound of blasting steam. You've grown. Her tone is as gentle and as mild as Amia remembers. But Amia knows that this is not the same Teresa as the one who had once held her in her arms and told her stories all night. Amia had so many questions that she had hoped to find the answer for when they met. But she could not say anything, ask anything. Teresa would not permit it. Shush. I can hear the questions within you, Amia, but I cannot answer them. All answers, all explanations are pale and powerless. Our reunion was the product of an accident. Perhaps I was looking forward to this moment too. You, Calcit W, and the Doctor, you stand before me. I'm sincerely joyful for this reunion. You feel it, don't you? Why? She should have been sure. She should not hesitate. The one before her could not possibly be Teresa. Why then does she look exactly the same as Teresa, not just in appearance but also in her expression, her eyes and emotions? You're not Teresa. Do you truly think that, Amia? The Teresa I know would never do something like this. Enough, Your Highness. Damn, I came here thinking I had thought it through and through, but I couldn't find any words other than Your Highness before that face. I remember you, W. Ha! You remember me. There's no greater honor I've won in my entire career as a merc. I would have run up to hug you, but if circumstances were any different. But you don't know. You don't need to know how many times I've said goodbye to you already. This might sound sentimental, but you are special to me like no one ever was. You showed a wandering mercenary sights that she never thought she could see. The only way I can repay you is by putting you to rest. Is that so? You still call me Your Highness? You still remember that I'm the King of Sarkaz? Not anymore. The only other thing for me to do is to protect the Sarkaz. What did Teresa just do? Amia turns around to see that everything has changed. The white pillar has grown at a breathtaking rate. The immeasurable tower and of infinity now follows at breakneck pace. Only the place that she stands upon, only around Teresa is there eternal peace and silence. This tower is beautiful, Amia. It will continue to grow forever, breaking through all limits and hold up the heavens to the garden that will rewrite Sarkaz's destiny. How I wanted you to see it, but you are not permitted here. Accidents must be eliminated. When you stand before me, you're the enemy of the Sarkaz. No. A black crown appears above Amia's head. I won't allow that, Teresa. Teresa, what happened? You used to be cool.
Keep track of my position. I'm ready to strike.
Oh hey, we get the killer again. Nice. Oh, this is a free placement map.
My toxicant is ready.
Ow.
A new challenge?
Didn't see that coming.
As you saw nothing.
Any instructions feels bad to lose your target, doesn't it? My toxins will slowly burn your life away.
Thus, I speak.
Ow.
By bad luck, you ran into me.
Feels fresh and feels bad to lose your target, doesn't it?
Waiting for period. The reversal of finality.
No one can see me.
Bad luck, you ran into me.
Kill those guys over there.
No one knows my name. You stepped into my domain.
Need speed to succeed.
Are you hallucinating? Come on, let's pick up the pace.
Need speed to succeed.
My toxins will slowly burn your life away. Got it. Are you hallucinating? Any instructions feels bad to lose your...
Then, the curtain of destiny.
Teresa's got a lot of HP. Need a medic. Don't know where the best place for that is. shoe here?
War. A word I've not heard in a long, long time.
50,000 HP? Guess she invested in more of her HP stat after she was killed the first time.
Poison kiss. I wasn't supposed branch and bone bear weeds. Mound.
Then, the curtain of destiny.
How about some true damage?
I hear someone crying. Any instructions? Ah, losing sight. Are you hallucinating?
I see them. I'll be right back.
This will keep you quiet. Need speed to succeed. Need speed to succeed.
Well, it did some. It did pretty well, actually.
My toxins will slowly burn your life. Come on, let's pick up the pace. Honey to me, poison to you. Poison kiss. Come on, let's pick up the pace.
Waiting for your morning star. The illumination of wisdom.
I don't know what is there. Guess we'll get rid of it.
This will keep you quiet.
I can't get rid of it.
Need speed to succeed.
Do they have to be on it?
Looked out your bait yet?
Oh no, someone else has. Yeah, someone else has to be on it to get rid of it.
Don't keep me waiting.
Fair enough.
Got it.
Waiting for period. The reversal of finality.
Okay. It's just bouncing between the two of them. What is this? Oh my gosh.
I've had luck. You ran into me. Need speed to succeed.
There we go. I fixed it.
Waiting for period. The reversal
We're gonna save on
of
this
finality.
skill for what is no doubt phase 2. Fixed? Yeah, I killed it completely. Except now it's spreading through the whole map. Awkward. Ah. There's a timer.
Fortune and misfortune.
You're telling me I
are
didn't
two
kill
sides of
Teresa
the same
fast
coin.
enough?
What you have sown is not necessarily wicked.
What? 400 seconds to be
So
the first.
why
I
was
literally
hard?
beat her, and then she her health went to half. That was literally beating the first phase. That's literally what just happened there. Her health went to 0, and then it went back up.
Let us move. A timely departure paves the way for an early return.
I supply. You ran into me. Moving to designated location.
A new challenge? My toxicant is ready. to me, poison to you.
For them, the bell tolls.
Any instructions?
Forgot about those guys up there.
Got this will keep you quiet. Moving to designated location.
It'll be like that then.
No
See if
one
I
can
can.
see me.
Are you hallucinating? Feels bad to lose your target, doesn't it?
Got a problem that needs solving? This will keep you quiet. Moving to designated location.
Honey to me, poison to you. Okay, serious face. Are you hallucinating? Feels bad to lose your target, doesn't it? Everyone believes in me.
I see them. I'll be right back.
Thus I speak.
Want a candy? Take like water. My toxins will slowly burn your life away.
Was that fast enough for you, Teresa?
I'm Adelaide. You ran into me. Moving to designated location.
I don't I don't fully know how I beat the bubble things that one time. Now they're on Flametail and a little confusing.
Waiting for your period. The reversal of finality.
Hey. Hey, where do you hey. Oh my
Please,
gosh.
don't be scared
I can't
of me.
deploy there? Oh my god.
Awaiting your orders.
Ain't no way.
Please, don't be scared of me. Want a candy?
Man, I guess I'll just restart.
Fortune and misfortune are two sides of the same coin. What you have sown is not necessarily wicked, so why lose heart? Live up to duty.
Let's try that again.
A new challenge.
Got this will keep you quiet. Need speed to succeed.
Any instruction? Come on, let's pick up the pace. Got it. Poison peace.
Got a problem that needs solving?
Sail like a shooting star. That's what they say. Okay, serious face.
For them, the bell tolls.
Any instructions for me? Come on, let's pick up the pace.
can see me.
Soul, the fairy.
Interesting that you're using Logos S2. I'm actually using Amia.
Honey to me,
Logos is just here.
poison to you.
Moving to designated location.
I'm right here. I know what you're thinking. Feels bad to lose your target, doesn't it? Poison kiss. Are you hallucinating?
I see them. I'll be right back. Moving to designated location.
Awaiting your orders. Feels fresh to tail like a shooting star. That's what they say.
Okay, that didn't actually trigger. Cool.
Waiting
Good.
for your call. Soul, the fairy of the other side.
Want a candy? Or wishes? I beg you, coalesce.
Not sure what changed there.
No one knows my name. Meet your death.
Can the projectiles be? Are they considered hit? Can they like?
They only remember my blade.
Can they miss with their skill?
Any instructions? Come on! Let's pick up the pace!
Ow. Oh gosh, they're spreading.
Leaf. This is your life, a mine to protect. Roar. A word I've not heard in a long, long time.
Not the right skill with Reed. We're just here for the healing.
I know. Oh, wishes. I beg you. Why obsess over rights? Poetry
Oh,
is
this
woven
isn't
in the thread of
Viviana's right skill item or whatever.
I wasn't supposed. I'll plant you into the soil to grow anew.
Both easy and hard at the same time.
Mission accomplished.
Oh. But there was like 60 more enemies. But it said there was like 60 more enemies. Okay. The roaring golden ocean smashes against Rose Island. The Sovereigns will sinks into the sea of infinity, then rises up again at the only ship upon the waves. Will the echoes of the kings never cease? While the voices of the myriad remains? No. It is not just the roar of the myriad souls that is causing this. That tower, it's trembling. The tremors at the root of have stirred the tides. You have encountered them. I could not see the end of this tower that stretches beyond the heavens, even if I etched incantation to my eyes. Oranginium has obstructed my sight. Is this your way of telling me that it is not my battlefield to intervene? The waves answer the Banshee's call, the Sovereigns beckon. I will not yield. I have promised with my song to they who have gone beyond the other side of the tower. Ever shall Rose Island be our terra firma. Never will it sink beneath the waves. The young Sarkaz raises his bone pen and steps towards the void, writing incantations upon the waves. The waves attempt to break free of their shackles, but the Banshee is silent. He peers up at the sky, listening to the sound of the tower trembling. He knows that king and king are clashing against one another beyond where his eyes could see. This is your war, Amia. It's not my place to intervene. I can only pray for your safe return. I can calm the angry roar of the myriad souls, but the only true answer lies in cutting off the source of all our suffering. What is suffering to us Sarkaz? Is it the brief respite by the only candle in dark mines after a long day of working in ice and snow? Is it the murder of the children of a Sarkaz and a Liberi who truly love each other, committed by the fanatics of the frontiers solely out of fear of their appearances? Or polishing our horns day after day, spending our entire lives living in fear, wearing a Cabernet disguise? That's interesting. I never thought about that. Yeah, I guess they could try and hide themselves as a different horned race. A Sarkaz may encounter countless forms of injustice and suffering in their lifetime. Like what Ines does, yeah. Except she's really bad at it. Injustice has become the norm the entirety of their lives, such that when they are asked what suffering is, they could not answer. Atop the tower, the pure white figure gazes down at you. The King of Sarkaz. You have spent so much time with the Countess girl that you have forgotten the implications of this title until now. Teresa was not the King of Sarkaz simply because of the crown. What kind of strength, wisdom, and cunning does it take to convince all Sarkaz to willingly, gladly call her their king? Massive energies rush out from the tower, forming white threads and silk that stretch on and on without end, permitting no resistance. I've never seen this kind of arts. None of the stories about Teresa ever told anything of this. Before she was the king, Teresa was a caster the likes of which is only seen once in 1,000 years. Was she? I thought she was a tailor. I guess she was a hero of Sarkaz. But she talks a lot about being a tailor as well. We're on her home ground. This is not witchcraft, nor any power of the King of Sarkaz that I know of. She is reconstructing and utilizing information inherent within Oranginium. Observe and understand what she's doing, Doctor. Help Ami and W resist her attacks. I'll try. I wonder who is stronger. Teresa or the Witch King? Both of them powerful casters. Both of them know the truth about Oranginium. I wonder if the Witch King could have manipulated Oranginium. The suffocating presence. The feeling of impending death. She truly wants to... No, there's no way. The real Teresa would never... The real Teresa? She cannot help but mock the ridiculous notion. She casts her eyes at the familiar yet impassive Teresa. Sarcasm expletive. Only one thing to do. Damn it. These strange limits she's set have made my bombs useless. We're all done for if this thing keeps falling. Do something, hag. Ordinary measures are of no use here, not even Orange Name Arts. That doesn't mean she cannot be defeated, at least. You mean the bunny? He looks towards Amiya. Still resisting the overwhelming arts, a black crown floats above her head. The power of the king can break through the limits of Oranginium. I don't have a clue what you're talking about, but right now, I guess I've gotta trust you and the bunny. W realizes that she started to believe in Amiya a long time ago, as she did on the burning command tower in Chernobog, when the bunny delivered the box with the key in it into her hands. She believed that the city would stop. W looks at the girl. He almost sees Teresa. Teresa chose Amiya. The one Teresa chose would not disappoint Teresa or W. If you're all bound up in the myriad souls, I'll blow the myriad souls to pieces. She begins to move. She never hesitates or doubts herself. The only thing she feels is excitement, the moment she came up with the brilliant idea of blowing those blasted myriad souls to pieces, as she does whenever she goes into battle. Bunny, I know you can hear me. W.I. Don't turn around, focus. Use your magic rings and link me directly to the, sarcasm expletive, myriad souls. What? You can do that, right? I know the Confessari did something to bind the myriad souls to her highness. Let me hear that what the old garbage told her. Then I'll blow them to pieces. Then I'll find the chance to talk to her highness. I'll try. Just be careful. Enough talking, I'm ready. W hears voices, innumerable, but it is not as she had imagined. She thought she would hear angry roars like the Revenants, but the voices are far calmer than she expected. They quietly tell of countless lives and deaths as Sarkaz. The sigh of relief when drifting farmers finally find land to settle on, the last pleas of infected thrown alive into the furnaces. The futile howl of dying soldiers forced to watch their city conquered. The helpless cries of hungry children lying weakly on their beds. So many different upbringings and circumstances, all bestowed a tragic fate just because they were Sarkaz. Their joy, their anger, the emotions amplified by the span of 9,000 years. If this was what Teresa was always listening to, why? Was it the myriad souls' will that the twin kings came to be again? Was it their will that sent the Sarkaz into this war? The Sarkaz engraved their sorrows into the myriad souls, and the will of the myriad souls leads those who come after on a similar path. This is a tragic cycle. Hate ignites hate. Sorrow reflects sorrow. Is that all? W feels like she's being swept along by a rapid current. Her life is also amongst the voices of the myriad souls. I will detonate things and defend things. I will destroy things and direct things. They're living, breathing people, W. I don't need you to tell me, Ines. Hodor taught me the difference between people and things. Yes, W has seen all that the myriad souls speak of. No one knows the life of the Sarkaz better than she does. She has seen plenty, from the Scar Market of Kazdal to the ships of Babel, from the ruins of Chernobog to the battlefields of Londinium. She has never contemplated the meaning within, for what she must do is far from complicated. Need shelter against the wind and rain? Light a fire, build a tent. Enemies in the way, shell them, bomb them, whatever it takes. It was never the murmur of the myriad souls that kept her going, but the tiny speck of light ahead. W keeps searching, and finally finds the voice that she wanted most. All of you deserve to live, yes, you too. I remember you, mercenary. They gave you the codename W, didn't they? Your Highness, we meet again. Whether you're real or not, I don't exactly have a choice, do I? Now I remember why you captivated me. The King of Sarkaz, yet so unlike the Sarkaz. You showed me that the Sarkaz need not be miserable. So let's forget the myriad souls for a while. W. No need to shout, Bunny. I know you're there. You were peeking into my memory, weren't you? If Ness was still around, she would have... Ha. No time to think about that. Maybe I can't barge into a fight between King of Sarkaz, but I can break Her Highnesses free from the interference of the myriad soul. W can feel her connection with the myriad souls with the help of Amiya's arts. Emotions converge before her, emotions that belong to her. Joy. Regret. Anger. Relief. The black crown magnifies her emotions. She recalls her past, savoring her experiences. Coming face to face with my entire life. Interesting. Is extracting myself from the myriad souls the only way to get it to quiet down? The emotions take shape and she grabs the colorful object in her hand. It is her emotions, the experiences of her entire life. Intangible threads stretch from herself to the chaos and distance, the myriad souls. Is this what you deal with all the time, little bunny? What you see is probably much better than this. Her Highness. She looked at me like this once, didn't she? Thanks, Amiya. W points her gun at the myriad souls. Watch, bunny. Watch how my present's gonna surprise Her Highness. The tower has stopped trembling. You attacked the myriad souls directly. No one has ever managed to interrupt their voices. I'm surprised at what you have achieved, Amiya W. But why? Why does Teresa look completely unaffected? Your Highness. W, come back. What are you trying to do? There's something I have to know. Maybe Her Highness will listen to us. She stops. Teresa sees her and she sees Teresa's expression. Maybe. I see what you're thinking, W. You believe that the will of the myriad souls has warped my judgment. Pretty much. Not that I sympathize with the Victorians. I just don't think your original goal was to help Teresis make this Oranginian that turns all of Terra on its head. Maybe you can just pause this thing for a moment. Let us get out of whatever this place is, and then we could talk about how... The W I remember wasn't one to offer truces like this. You're afraid. Shouldn't I be? I pick my fights too, you know. No, you're afraid that the beacon you followed for so long is nothing more than an illusion. You're afraid you might be the one to break the facade. But you must face it. What? There is no wind in this place, but the static air begins to flow. Clouds gather and disperse by the tower, soft and light, like white flowers brought to bloom by the wind. Teresa stands in the middle of the sea of flowers, and a symbol begins to appear at her feet. A rhombus. The symbol has appeared again. You recognize this, Dr. Eleazar? Her voice is confident. It is as though, here and now, or perhaps in the distant past, your emotions and memories had been tightly linked. You are familiar with the symbol. Why a rhombus, though? Hey, that's what I asked earlier. Why is it a rhombus? It exists everywhere in this universe within Oranginium. Most of the time it hangs in the heavens, seemingly to harness a harmless source of light. W and the others would not think much of an unusual star in the sky, but you know that this is not right. If heaven and earth could be reversed, how could this star be a planar figure? I share with you now the universe in my eyes, Dr. Eleazar. If destruction is the boundary that no life may cross, and all exploration and evolution must eventually reach an end, then this is our only future. The rhombus, the symbol of Oranginium. Whatever you just recall, Dr. Eleazar, don't go any further. This is dangerous, very dangerous. Don't look at the rhombuses. Don't let them notice you. Huh? Is the rhombus the abstraction of some entity? Like what? What is the rhombus? Oops. Don't worry, Calcit. The tower is safe for now. Stop trying to remember. Yeah, I don't know. Let's just continue. Teresa, you took the most dangerous step after all. I still remember the knowledge you and Dr. Eleazar shared with me. Calcit, as the garden near Castle turned back into wasteland. I went back to check on it once. Many storms had passed through it. Active Oranginium had reshaped the landscape. All the entrances were covered in Oranginium clusters. It was impossible to tell if our experiment site had been destroyed or not. It's fine. Just some beautiful but impossible dreams. Let them fade away in storm. Our goal can only be achieved here. The inside of Oranginium. You described to me how to reverse the Assimilated Universe, to utilize, even alter the information inherent in Oranginium. To the shard, in the cradle that hangs high in the heavens, I finally set foot in the land where truth lies. The golden ocean sits tranquil above our heads. All information is with us, free from the restrictions of space and time. I did it, finally. The Sark has achieved the first Oranginium within the land 10,000 years ago. It has returned to the Sarkaz at long last. In time, Kazdal will truly become a god and free from the torment of catastrophe and orpathy. Will you still oppose me despite all that? I remember the dream that Teresa described to me. A safe and equal home, where Oranginium was fully under control, and there is no oropathy or catastrophe, no schism between the infected and unaffected. But soldiers are still dying on the battlefield, innocent people are still being driven from their homes by war. Does this home still have room for people other than Sarkaz in this place of yours? I'm sorry. Then Oranginium will not be the hope for the eternal existence that you once dreamed of. It will only become a weapon for the Sarkaz to bring even more destruction. This was not Teresa's dream. You're right, Amiya. Then we must become enemies. That's why you must keep going. Teresa. Yes, wild king of Sarkaz, builder of castle, supreme leader of Babel stands before you. Overcome me, vanquish me. I shall fulfill the king of Sarkaz's duties to the bitter end. I shall fight for the sake of the Sarkaz, as I have for centuries. All who stand before me, all who try to stop me, are the enemy of the Sarkaz. All those dreams and promises that I could not fulfill, you can. No, this is not your will. I heard it. Look out. Black Tide clashes with Black Tide. King clashes with King. Amiya's black arts are reduced to nothing the moment they touch. Teresa, black threads are pulled away from around Amiya, reconverge in Teresa's palm. Countless white threads rush out from Teresa's hand. They tightly surround Amiya. Like a soft dress, or a blossom whose blooming process had been reversed. Bunny! Teresa's silhouette fades in the smoke of the explosion. Where she had stood, the outline of a thorn-shaped crown becomes increasingly distinct. Didn't work? Is that power the King of Sarkaz too? This is the power of Oranginium. She did it. Teresa is emulating the Black Crown with Oranginium. This is far beyond the power of the King of Sarkaz that I am able to wield. Dr. Kaltz behind me. I'll protect you. So did she recreated the Black Crown with Oranginium because the information is stored in Oranginium, or because the Black Crown is Oranginium? Teresa. Or both, I guess. Teresa. Oh, tiny Amiya. Teresa. She promised to take me outside to pick flowers today. Where is she? In a meeting with the doctor or visiting the wards of Dr. Kaltz? Teresa is busy. I shouldn't disturb her. I'll go to the cafeteria and get lunch for her. The sun shines brightly on the spotless deck. The wind is warm, mixed with the smell of wilderness and flowers. Amia. Hi, this is... The Countess girl turns around and sees her one-time self running happily on the deck. This is the Assimilated Universe system. This is your memory. I can see it. You hear the whispers of my heart, know everything I'm thinking about, and vice versa. You remember it all. You were always the same Teresa all along. It's been a while, Amia. I'm very happy to see you all grown up. I'm really happy to see you again. Give me a little bit of time. I want to take a good look at you. I've always wanted to know how things have been for you all these years. I can see them, all the fighting and the loss that you've experienced throughout the journey. I see it all. All I want is a little more time. What is it that you're looking at? She casts her gaze towards the distance, but there is nothing on the deck. It was such a happy time. I thought you were an unfortunate child who needed to be cared for closely, but it was you who brought so much comfort to Rhodes Island. It took me a long time to realize that you were the luckiest thing in my life. Or that meeting you was the luckiest thing in my life. But why me? Let's go for a walk, shall we? Where are we going? This is my home, Castle. I always wanted to take you here. You told me many stories of what happened there, but Babel never made it back to Castle. There is no need for questions. Amia feels Teresa's every choice, every struggle. I understand that war now. You had no choice. We have already made a choice when we say there is no choice. I had to choose the path that was better for Sarkaz. This race has been through too much hardship. Every step it takes is heavy and labored. If Sarkaz needed someone to show them a new path, she would take up the banner first. If the price of Sarkaz's unity was the death of their king, she would be the one to step up. The protector is inevitably also the persecutor, Amia. As we gain, so do we take away. The Teresa I knew always chose the path of peace. That's what Babel and Rhodes Island are for, isn't it? Babel exists because of all of you. The watchman who carries the burden of civilization, the sage who holds the key, that genius mercenary who gains free will, and the innocent child compassionate for all life. And Logos, and Mantra, Scout, Ace, countless souls that shine so bright. You have overcome the barriers of race, upbringing, and disease. You share a sincere friendship and unwavering dream. Through the tribulations of war and the obstacle of reality, you continue to stand together and stand by me. That was how Babel was founded. It was never I who made you members of Babel. It was you who made a clothes maker, who picked up a crown, one of countless King of Sarkaz, Teresa of Babel. You can achieve what I could not. Thank you, Teresa. Will you hear me tell one more story, Amia? Not an epic of heroic warriors protecting their home, nor a legend of a king of Sarkaz's reign. Just a story of an ordinary Sarkaz girl who lived a little longer than the ordinary person. Born in Kazdal, She saw the few families and friends she had suffered in constant cold and hunger, trembling in fear in the darkness every night, waiting for the sun to rise again. She wanted the people around her to live in happiness, to have a safe home. She would do anything for this. She remained ever true to this wish. Then why? Why must we fight you? Not every meeting has a beautiful ending, Amia. I've left once. This time, we have a chance to say goodbye. You saw the myriad souls, Amia. They struggled against fate all their lives. They don't want to be used and imprisoned even unto death. The same is true for me. You must defeat me, Amia. Only then can you carry on my unfulfilled dream. Only then can you release me. Fate should not exist, Amia. Yeah, but like Teresa wasn't that ordinary if she was the best caster in like 1,000 years. You have remained the good girl that I saw the first day we met, no matter how much you went through. Perhaps you would not have to bear so much pain if you weren't so brave, so gentle. Is this that day? You held me in your arms, told me stories until... Teresa, can you stop? I've stopped, Amia. I'm not reading all memories. So, this is my own power. We are inside your memories. Yes, Amia. I'm sorry, Teresa. I couldn't help myself. It's not you who should say sorry. Becoming the king of Sarkaz means carrying the emotion of many, but the emotions that belong to ourselves are there as well. I've lost much in my life, Amia, but I don't have many regrets. The only regret I have is you. From past to present, I never wanted to leave you. I am happy about your growth, but I should have been there for you. I should have been there to teach you how to use the powers of the King of Sarkaz. Now, though, is your chance to prove to me the erstwhile King of Sarkaz. Heat saps at reason, flames scorching the soul. A sword forms within the flame, taking shape in Teresa's hand. Wrath. That's my sword. You will hear the seething anger of that Sarkaz sovereign when you hold this sword in your hand. You have grabbed this sword from the wrath of the past which once declared war upon injustice. The sword of the King of Sarkaz shall ever point towards the enemy of Sarkaz. The sword of the King of Sarkaz shall ever slay the enemy of Sarkaz. But we have come this far, and yet prejudice lives and hostility threatens to smother us. The kings of Sarkaz of the past have failed. The Teresa of the past has failed. Amia sees it all. Teresa wandering in the darkness, seeking an answer. Teresa standing in the halls of the airship, gazing down at the battle below. Teresa waking up alone from death, with no friend or comrade around her. Teresa pointing her sword at a child. Such sorrow. Amia could barely move under the overwhelming sorrow. Now you hold a sword as well. Amia feels a weight in her hand. The sword, which had slain an evil god, had returned to her hand. Formless flame warms her palm. How? Black tides ripple from Teresa, turning into threads that lead Amia's hand. The sword points at Teresa. This is my final gift to you, Amia. Feel my power, my emotions, my will. Make them a part of you. They will be by your side, in my place. The sword in Amia's hand trembles, but not out of fear or excitement. She can feel Teresa's will fill it. I've always remembered, Teresa.
I remember every story you told me, the words you whispered into my ear. I never had the chance to tell you. I'm so glad that I met you. And...
The sword pierces Amiya's own chest. Amiya holds Teresa's hand tightly, pushing the sword further in. It is not that there is no pain. It is simply that all the pain has been wrapped in layers of warmth. Tears begin to fall from Teresa's face, falling into Amiya's eyes. The black sword shatters. A warm and gentle power surrounds Amiya's fingertips. It is sorrow, and the purest love.
I will inherit the legacy of Civilite Interna. I will become the king of Sarkaz.
Amiya got stabbed multiple times this
But
episode.
we still can't let our guard down.
Ruins and farewell. A life long past, sin long forgotten. Okay. When sorrow blooms, keep your thoughts in your thoughts. Keep our thoughts in your thoughts. Amiya. Oh snap. So her sword turned into a staff.
Wow, looks awfully dangerous. You call me out for this?
And W's here.
You've proven yourself to me, Amiya. You may carry that brand new power in you, but in no way does it mean you hold the strength to surpass me. I won't look back until I see the view that awaits me at the end of this path.
Yeah, her voice threw me off. It ruined it a little bit.
This conviction of mine, I inherited from you.
I do like that she's actually got like a crown around her head. The new model. It's very cool. Ow. Thanks for that, bunny. Now, let's do what we gotta do. Although it's sad that the new Amiya is also very sad looking.
Teresa, I won't stop here.
Amia, you gotta heal yourself. What are you doing?
My power, my emotions, my determination. I won't give up, Teresa. What a truly warm flame, Amia.
Mission accomplished.
You're here again, Amia. Look, miss, I drew you something. I can hear you drawing something on the quarantine cabin walls, Amia. But I can't see anymore. I've been blind since yesterday. Oh, I know. I'll come in. Don't. I might just... It's alright, miss. I'm infected too, remember? Babel's doctors are close, so I'm sure they'll take good care of us. Miss, give me your hand. I'll draw it out for you.
The tiny countess gently takes the hand of the infected patient lying on the sick bed into her own. Black crystals cover her entire body, an enchanting originite sheen circulating inside the crystals. Amia knows that what this means for an infected. She has seen it before. Her finger earnestly traces a shape on the patient's palm.
You said the name you've got from your parents is a flower you've never seen. I went to ask the doctor and Teresa about it, and they brought me to see the real thing. Can you feel it, miss? I'm drawing it on your palm with my finger. Your name is so pretty. Was my drawing too messy? I'll try again. Little bunny, don't you scare me? Huh? Why would I be scared of you? We've just recently arrived at Babel, but I'm fond of you, Amia. We're friends, right? Can you help a friend out? Help me ring the doctor with the bell. I'd like them to bring me to see. No, to touch those flowers. I want to go with you too. No can do. You're sick as well, so be good and stay here. Then I'll wait for you to come back.
The infected patient says nothing and only rubs Amia's head. Amia sees the patient trying her best to bear the pain and the shiny oranginium crystals on her arm. Amia, you had just followed the doctor to Babel then. I still remember when you sat at the door of the quarantine cabin for a long time, patiently refusing to move. The doctor found you in silence and sat down to join you. You only started crying when the doctor hugged you. I too wanted to hold you in my arms, but I couldn't bear to disturb you both. Amia, you're a bright child. You knew the infected would never return. She didn't want you to see her leave. It would be too cruel for a child to witness, but she didn't know just how strong you are. I see many things from your gentle eyes. You want to help them. No matter their race or infection status, you see them all as lively, lovely people. It is from that moment I began to harbor a selfish idea. Perhaps you could bear this crown in the future. Perhaps you can go further than I have. I was in no hurry to hand over a responsibility this heavy to you. I thought I had the luxury of time to be by your side as you grew up. I'm sorry, Amia. I broke my promise. The arts that trapped us in here is gone.
Teresa's aura is fading away. Dr. Calcit, is it over?
Is it all over? But what about on the Nom?
I'm sorry, Doctor. I didn't find any leads to the primordial originium from Teresa.
We were one step too late. The first originium has been sent away. So you've noticed, Doctor. Can you still see the top of the spire now?
Dr. Calcit, aren't we standing on?
Those huge white pillars are still extending downwards. I can no longer see where they end. I'm afraid the dust isn't going to settle so easily. Wait, where's W? These threads are such an eyesore.
There she is.
Bunny, help me out. Everyone's saying that she's gone, but I have to see it for myself. Pink-white threads fork out like branches, attaching and growing on the white pillars. They land on the red roots, wrapping, twisting, eventually covering this Tower of Infinity completely.
Amia, I'm not going to regret like I did back then. At the very least, I hope this time. I know. The same goes for us.
Amia walks to the silk-wrapped roots, gently touching the soft matter. Sparks of flame drop from the hem of her skirt, leaving clusters of fire in her path. The flames under her do not extinguish easily, but spread to the threads. They continue to climb, replacing the fractured white threads as they wrap around the only tower standing between land and sky. Threads flutter and fall to the floor. They quickly cover the roots. Like a garden in bloom by wind, with flames burning within. Teresa sits among the flower-like flames, leaning on the roots as she looks at the golden ocean in the sky coming to a calm.
Amia, you're so much stronger than I imagined. How warm these flames are. Flames that burn away all decay. You've really done it, Amia. Well, since that's done, come over closer. Teresa, Shush. I know you're thinking I know what you're thinking in that little mind of yours. Look at the ocean above our heads. The waves we made are calming down. Soon we'll leave. Amia, some wishes shouldn't be voiced out loud, because they'll only leave more sorrow behind. No, Teresa. I don't want to leave any more regrets. We all wish you can stay. Even if I let you all down again. Isn't it more important to have the people I care about know how I feel? That's what the doctor taught me.
Smiles.
You've truly grown up, Amia. I'll always be with you, Amia, as I promised you. Our ingenium can no longer contains the slightest bit of my own information. But I'm sure you won't abandon the ideals I once hoped for. Is there no other way to let you stay? To save me and end this war. There is no one on this land that will manage to realize every single wish. That includes even the Creator. Amiya, do not lament over the dead. Exercise more concern for the living, especially those who scoff at the notion of hope. But for now, before we leave, let's quietly...
Your Highness, sorry, I just couldn't keep it in anymore.
Oh, W, is this a hug from you?
Your Highness, your eyes.
I can't see clearly anymore. The information flow holding this body together is fading away. But I still have my sense of touch, and I can tell you're not crying. That's good.
Teresa reaches out and returns the embrace, gently patting W's shoulder. Yeah. Your Highness, you don't mind?
Why should I? I suppose worrying about that isn't anything strange coming from you. You haven't changed one bit, W. I can still remember our time back at Babel, when you were hiding in a corner with your camera in hand, hesitating to come forward.
You saw me?
Of course. Naturally, I was even waiting for you to come over for a photo together, but you never did manage to muster up the courage.
Your Highness, you saw and even remembered that. Even
taking a cheeky picture of me. Not just that, I didn't think that the reckless mercenary from back then would grow into the woman before me now. The truth of how Chernobog and Lungmen conflicts were actually settled. The mercenary group giving Manfred headaches for the past few years. And of course your appearance in this place that shouldn't have happened at all. You can achieve so much more than you imagine, W. You should have realized by now, I'm not so divine as you believe, and you're not insignificant.
I don't care if you're consoling me or deceiving me. I'm taking it to heart. Your Highness, you really are always so gentle. When we first arrived in this damn place, when I saw you, I was so afraid. I want to make up for that missed photo opportunity, Your Highness. Camera, wait, when did it break? That damn Kalichoa.
I'm afraid it wouldn't work here, even if it wasn't broken.
That would be crazy if it did, though. You would have a picture from inside Orangenium.
W, I know you don't want to leave any regrets. I am the same. I don't want to leave you thinking I break my promises.
What?
I still owe you a name, remember?
So she hasn't actually been named yet. Okay. Fair enough.
W belongs to a departed Sarkaz, and a cycle that should have ended. As I said, you deserve a more fitting name. A proper name for a Sarkaz woman like yourself. Well, I did want to wait until the dust settled in Kazdal first, but I'm afraid I won't get to see that day come.
Wait, Your Highness. Hold on, I still don't get... Give me some time. No, wait. I should write this down. Screw it. I don't care anymore. I'm ready.
We Shadel. Will that be hard to remember?
How could it be? Wisha... and Del, right? Del means home, that I know. But Wisha...
It means to wish.
To wish for a home.
Yes, Kasdal's destiny. Could you witness it in my stead?
But you, Teresa.
Kasdal's future's in your hands. Not mine, not Teresa's. You'll understand when the time comes.
All right, we should is engraved into my brain forever. I'll never forget it. I like it. Sounds so much better than the names Hodor threw at me from his dictionary. Calcid, Amia, and you in the hood. Heard that? Call me Wishadel from now on, and you better not get it wrong. Also, I just decided to head down to the military commission later and bomb my name out with explosives. That way, nobody will ever forget it. Or maybe the roof's better. I want the flames to spread so far you can see it from Londinium.
Wishadel.
I know what you want to say. I'm not crying. I'm shaking because... why is everyone all quiet now?
I can't find the words to say.
Go, Amia. Before she vanishes completely, she'll be happy with you by her side, even if she'll never admit it herself. Doctor, we may be standing against Teresa now, but I have to admit she has achieved something beyond the limits of my imagination. I believe you, as you are right now, should already have some conjectures in mind, even if you're missing your past memories. It has something to do with that priestess. Teresa, our mission is far from over, yes? Have you already handed the first Oranginium to him? Teresa, this difficult problem you're leaving us with is truly...
Calcit, things don't always go the way we want. All we have to do now, all we have done is to do what we should, nothing more. Doctor, your appearance before me right now is proof that I've won our earlier bet.
Teresa, you still hide so many secrets.
Doctor, allow me to instill a little more suspense. You're still not ready, even now. Even if all of you've surpassed me, see the ocean waves billowing. We don't have much time left.
I always knew our reunion only meant another parting.
My dear Calcit, since we're all clear about our respective endings, why should we go through sorrow yet again? Can you come closer?
Oh. Teresa stretches out her hand and touches the end of Calcit's hair.
Here you are. I hope my staunch and strong Calcit isn't shedding any tears this time either.
You're always like this.
I'm a very fortunate soul, Calcit. Every time I leave, I do so with my dearest friend by my side. Thank you. Teresa, she's disappearing.
Geez, what? Bunny, what kind of nonsense is that? Isn't Her Highness with us right now? I'm even hugging...
Wishadel, haven't you achieved what you wanted to do? You met, defeated me, and finally killed me. It's time to let go. I will leave without a trace and no longer exist anywhere you can see.
Teresa, do you mean that Oranginium will no longer bear any traces of you?
Yes, I won't allow Oranginium to become our cage. All that I've strived for is just to free the Sarkaz completely. The Sarkaz should be free in both life and death. Destroy something to create a latter, even if what I end up destroying is myself.
You're so different from the Teresa I had in mind.
Dr. Eleazar, this is our first meeting, isn't it? What bits have you heard of me? What kind of Teresa do you have in your mind? A founder of Babel, a thoughtless idealist, or a cold, calculated king of Sarkaz, a schemer who instigates war?
Neither. Both are roles that others need you to play.
Is that so?
The field.
I don't think we'd get a chance to say our farewells so peacefully.
I've been here before.
A friend bid farewell to me here a long time ago. I witnessed my friend's death, and from here I began walking towards my own. I like this place, but it is also somewhere I cannot reach or visit ever. It only perpetually exists in the memories of the void, unreachable throughout my whole life. Dr. Eleazar, what kind of person do I seem to you right now?
Someone who would do everything and anything for the fate of her people. Someone always chasing after a lofty ideal. I don't know. Honestly, I don't know is kind of the best answer. Because it doesn't try and categorize. It just lets Teresa be Teresa. Although I think the first one is definitely fitting.
I can sense you're not lying right now. But if you're still going to give a perfunctory reply at such a moment, my disappointment will only grow.
I mean, if you really want me to define you, I can.
Of course, the little loss isn't surprising at all. I really want to know your answer, Doctor. Don't give up on finding the answer. If you're still just following Rhode Island's ideals as you go, I worry if you're ready enough to handle whatever it is that you encounter in the future. Just keep going like how I hoped you would in the past.
To be honest, I can't give you a proper evaluation. You're still a conundrum to me.
You're cautious, still hostile and wary toward me just like you were back then. Of course, we stand now on opposing sides, like we did before. But no matter, you merely haven't had enough time to figure out each and every single enigma there is. A pity. We always have our chats when the clock is ticking down so fast.
I heard so many stories about you on Rhodes Island. You've done so much.
My mission is over. Many years ago, you and Calcid pushed a door open for me to a wider world, but I was already a sovereign to the Sarkaz. I bear their suffering, their fate, My ideals and vision may transcend that sky of nothingness, but the weight of reality still pulled me back down to earth. I was already convinced back then that the person who could change the Sarkaz, or even the future of Terra itself, was absolutely not me. It has never been me. A close friend whom I trust the most already predicted this end.
And that person is me?
Doctor, give me your hand. Yes, I had the fortune to meet your truest self. That person was wise, gentle, though bearing with the heaviest of duty and wearing the strongest of shackles. That one never gave up hope, ever. I'm gratified. You stand alongside Calcid and Armia now, and so I believe I made the right choice back then. The choices we made on our own have also determined the path to where we are now. Our original meeting in haste was just like this parting between two strangers, was it not?
I can't sense any resentment from you.
Resentment? Why? To this day, I only feel regret and a longing from when I touched the depths of your soul and the unimaginable truth. Yes, it is because I touched the depths of your heart that I hold so much regret. We lost a chance to walk on the same path. Perhaps that person was so fascinating due to an internal conflict, one no one else can emphasize with.
Just what kind of person was I? Speculations, questions. I can't piece together fully what I was. All this contradictory information is making me feel confused and anxious. Just what kind of person was I? Whoa.
Haven't you noticed? You don't doubt your decisions now. What shapes your true self? Everything that you've experienced, or your already concealed past. Look at where we are, Doctor. Those silent memories and the truth of everything, are they not by your side?
Oh snap, we got a neural near light picture in there. Oranginium.
Past, present, future. Time is no longer defined by the rules we find so familiar at the end of Oranginium. You no longer remember, but you told me once that Oranginium brought an innumerable amount of suffering upon this land, along with countless possibilities, created by hundreds of millions of sacrifices in the era you came from. When you created Oranginium, what expectations did you harbor towards it and this land? Look, everything recorded inside this golden ocean, do they line up with your expectations?
You see it. Ursus's inferno, Yerig's wind and snow, Iberia's tides. A torrent of information rushes past you in units of civilizations from time and space since time immemorial. You suddenly realize all the questions I have, all the past I forgot, can be answered and found in this field of Oranginium. No. You retract your hands. It is all that I've gone through that shapes what I am today, and not my concealed past.
You always have a pleasant surprise in store, Doctor. We managed to meet once more while I lie deep in the sea of information after our parting. It is my past, but it is your future. Though you might still be on a path to find yourself, you still want to prove to me that you're just as I always have been. How I wish I could see you find the answers with my own eyes. But I'm sorry, I can't go any further. Doctor, I have to go, and so do you all. If you have no intention of being trapped in this infinite nothingness for all eternity, that is. Goodbye, Dr. Eleazar. My dear friend whom I've never met.
Teresa. There is no response. The white figure atop the tower has vanished. Nothing remains.
Teresa, she's gone.
Oh. Doctor, what did you see? Teresa told me. What kind of person she was now? What kind of person I am? What kind of person I am, I suppose. Both are pretty good. Both are pretty good. I found it, where Omninam is. We'll be leaving this place. The waves of information have subsided. Do you hear the voices of the myriad souls departing, Banshee? The tower is at peace, Your Highness. The waves are flowing backwards into a hell we cannot comprehend. The flames that could burn even these roots have no way to light up the infinite night. Where will all of you go from here? An eternal void, a true death.
We will no longer stay on the other side, Afanil. Logos, you should get more used to being called by this name. You've made your choice, the choice of a Rhodes Island elite operator.
Logos stands on the endless flow of information, his own figure leaving its mark on the vast ocean. Look, his reflection in the water has Teresa next to it, which is really cool. The slender figure on the other side stands in silence. Ripples cause her silhouette to waver, no longer clear. When I heard you sound the knell for yourself by the river, I was already waiting for an old friend to appear on this side. A pity, La Carameline is still unwilling to involve herself in this war. Mother, she did indeed rescue me from death.
What an ingenious method, but one befitting her former character. She has also made her choice, as you have. I saw you comforting the myriad souls, no less impressive than the time your mother and I stood side by side in battle. I'll have no way of seeing her again. Say farewell to me. To her for me, Logos.
Your Highness, your figure is fading.
Departure is also a form of resistance. This is what we've chosen for ourselves. Our Ingenium shall not cage us here for eternity.
I don't understand. Where did the cage come from, and what do you seek for?
There's no need to comprehend it, Logos. You need only know the trapped myriad souls are now dissipating into freedom via a complicated flow of information impossible to parse. No longer readable, recordable.
A true death. All kings and heroes will no longer respond to my words, and no longer will anyone be on the other side. Your Highness, will the myriad soul still exist after today?
No.
Will there be ferrymen with an array of torches lighting up on the other side?
No more.
Then where will our kin go when they leave us?
I don't know. I'm afraid it's too late for me to find that answer. I've walked to the end, and the truth of civilization lies before me in fog. There is no way for me to touch it, but it does not mean the rest of you cannot cross it.
Your Highness?
I've just unloaded the burden of worrying for the future. What the myriad souls care about is only the Sarkaz. From death comes new life. You understand the inevitability of fate, but you have yet to clearly perceive the truth of death. The myriad souls are no longer our shackles, and Orangenium will no longer be the sin we bear. Logos, our departure, also serves as our liberation. No longer will there be prolonged indignation or indignant murmuring for a myriad years, nor an unforgettable legacy of suffering to be inherited. For the first time, we have a future that can be changed.
For the first time, we have the right to choose. No surrendering. Here, only death. You don't have to kill me. Just look at the bloody crystals on my body. Ugh. And my comrades, they haven't appeared from the fog. I can't live on. I don't want to die. Yeah. The mercenary's blade stops right before it makes contact with the dying soldier. He looks toward the sky and feels something leaving. The impatience to kill gradually fades away from inside him. Gah. Did I imagine that? Huh. The Sarkaz will no longer need to live for the shackles of history. We will live simply for survival. Resist against suffering the exact same way as everyone else does on this land. Oh, hey, Paprika. We'll talk when this is finished.
No, my ball of yarn.
Caught you. Careful, Paprika.
Oh, thank you. You can put me down now, Ines.
We'll find a way to rescue Amia and the rest, so don't panic. Your life is worth more than these few balls of yarn.
But my Nana gave them to me before I left home. Wait, did you feel that, Ines?
Feel what? So Paprika is the only Sarkaz who doesn't realize Ines isn't a Sarkaz. I see.
A pounding in the depths of your soul.
I was concentrating on the skeleton. I need to make sure it stays somewhere safe, somewhere no one can locate or affect it. Paprika, what did it feel like exactly, and will it affect any future plans?
I can't say, but everyone's faces, it seems like it wasn't just me.
You're crying.
Oh, you're right, but why?
But what about you? Me, the same as every other Sarkaz. Depart, dissipate, die. Please continue accompanying Rhodes Island on their path. There's no need to doubt your decision. Thank you, Logos. Your Highness, perhaps you may share my doubts on whether the myriad soul's departure will truly allow us to bid farewell to the past. The other side will be bare, but where will the plague of death from this battlefield send the souls of our kin to? Your Highness, I will witness our end in your stead. The ferry is no more, so I shall guide the souls. If they have nowhere to go, I shall be their boat. My voice will set the torches on the other side aflame, and I hereby vow, only when I no longer hear the roaring of my kin on the other side. When our compatriots can rest in peace on this land, will the knell cease to ring? Ripples form on the golden water as the myriad souls respond. Kings and heroes, regular spirits, or resentful wraiths, they leave with haste. Traces of the sarcasm existing within Oranginium dissipate. Now, please allow me to send both you and the myriad souls off. An elegy sounds from his lips as he readies to walk over the water. The young banshee sends the myriad souls off. Indistinct sarcasm language. Not ancient, just indistinct.
Leave, Patriarch. She is gone.
Ancient sarcasm language.
The Nam has bloomed. Destiny already in our hands. She honored her vow, so the war will also abide by her. Go. No longer shroud yourself with the fog. Watch her death with death, and honor departure with victory. Victoria's condolences. I shall personally receive it in her stead.
The blue foul beast pecks at the tears of the white-horned demon. He caresses the foul beast's feathers on its brow. Can Nightingale's inherently empty soul feel the pain of that departure? Liz, did you feel that? The throbbing in our souls, lamenting whispers, echoing in our minds. The corners of Liz's eyes twitch minutely, unable to respond in her deep slumber. Shining, is her condition worsening? No, she'll be fine. Margaret, we have to meet with the doctor and the others with haste. Is it because of that thing transforming in the sky earlier? When it began changing, you started acting strange. Is this another Confessori's conspiracy too? No. At the very least, he will be unable to involve himself in this matter for the time being, though it definitely has a link to his schemes. Every Sarkaz has probably felt it, the departure of someone extremely important to us all. I can't fully comprehend what exactly you're talking about, but any new accidents in our current situation may affect how the war will go. You're right, the doctor and the rest should have more pivotal information on their end. There will be no time to waste. Let's go. Oh, hey, Nadine. Forgot about her. General. This place. We were clearing on the battlefield when we so fortunately found you. General, we failed to recapture the lifebone. Am I the only one here? Ascalon. General, your wounds. We'll bring you back to the camp for treatment right now. No. We missed our chance, and the time is no longer on our side. Our top priority now is to return to Londinium and discuss our next move of our plan with the Regent. Contact the spy sentries up ahead to cooperate with us, and prepare to cross this war zone. General, look at the blood dripping non-stop. You're in terrible shape. The military commission can't afford to lose another high-ranking officer. You're like the only one left. I gave an order. This is for the remaining living Sarkaz. Yes, sir. How'd he get under into like a tunnel? What happened? Impossible, this feeling. Your Highness, is this the price you spoke of? For the Sarkaz's future? From today onwards, there will be no trace of your existence anywhere, even within Orangenium. The gods, or the arrogant being professing to be the creator. Will you see them at the end of your path, Teresa? After I felt your brushing past me, your voice has turned harder to hear. All I hear now from the void surrounding me is muffled, rapid noise. The path ahead is clear, and it's time for everything to end. Teresa. Can you still hear my voice? I can. Yours, the newborns, and the dying ones. Here we can hear the voices of every Sarkaz. The souls are stranded in the ocean of unconsciousness, shouting our names before they drown as they await guidance. In a present no longer recorded anywhere in time, the name we respond to the most is Teresa. I can hear the raging rumbling from skeletons that fell from the sea of stars into the ice field 10,000 years ago. Unknown, dreadful, terrifying. Okay, interesting. We have ended the oppression that was branded onto our body from that time onward. No, we have yet to do so. We questioned ourselves, did our resistance hold any meaning then? The future will prove it to us. Then what about now? Now we shall go far, far away. That is my reply.
The myriad souls who never gave up resisting until they completely dissipate did one last thing for the Sarkaz within the Orangenium. They fought for a future where everyone has a right to survive, for the ones still alive. Onward, everyone.
That day, a certain exhausted Sarkaz girl fell into a deep sleep within the warm flames of the Kazdal soul furnace for some reason. She dreamed of her mother far away in a foreign country, standing in light within the pitch-black darkness speaking to her. She couldn't hear her clearly, but she did not cry either, because she saw her mother smile. Then she woke up, opened her eyes, and saw a pure white flower in full bloom by her head. The black dust from the forge burning death landed on the fragile flower petals, but it unexpectedly highlighted the flower's dazzling vitality even more instead. Here, death and light congregate. The girl shed tears at the beauty created by settling death aflame. After that day, Sarkaz passing by the soul furnace would see a girl show up every single day to water a flower growing in the Orangenium dust and bones within drops of dew. She offered tribute to the light until the day that flower withered and died. Is that how the story ends? Why is it so sad, Teresa? Sad? I actually see it as a happy tale of hope arriving, Amia. The flower withered, returned to dust, but the seed of new life has already been sown. Did the Revenant get left behind?
No, the myriad souls never took in revenants. Even if he regather his thoughts, his intrinsically oranginium-infused self cannot be reversed or changed. So he was never to depart with the myriad souls. They're infused with oranginium, okay. So Her Highness never planned to take him away from here either. I have no way of knowing. So it's not like Her Highness. So it's not like Her Highness can't lie. I didn't expect you to end up in my hands, old fossil. There's no reason to harm him anymore, W. I told you to call me Wishadel. Relax, Bunny. I'm not gonna smash him to bits. I'm just taking him away with me. He already died once, so it's not hard to guess why Her Highness let him remain here. Up until her death, she always craved for the Sarkaz to unite, so her plan for the Revenant is super simple. To first live like people, well, even if he no longer looks anything like one. You don't have to set everything on fire. Your mission ended long ago, so leave the rest to more capable people like me, for example. Blech. Just stay in this weapon for the time being, yeah? Do you still remember the story about the puppet Amia? He went into a river of tears and sank to the riverbed. I actually was thinking about this story. I was going to talk about this. Grief, despair, but it doesn't mean it's a true ending set in stone. You can always continue a story for as long as you want, but what's more important is the storyteller. The storyteller. Are you talking about yourself, Teresa? No. Me? No, Amia. I'd prefer the storyteller to be you. Hold on. Do we have to go back to where we came from to leave? Is that possible? We won't have time. This place is changing faster than I expected. So what are you and the crone planning? How the hell are we leaving this place? I'm still trying to figure that out. Takes out explosives. Wishadel, calm down. Doctor, I cannot tell you how to leave this place. The secrets in here are beyond even me. But I believe Teresa definitely mentioned a piece of key information to you. Now what? Doctor, count it. These roots are breaking apart and floating upwards. Teresa, what if the puppet was never alone in the first place? Many of his companions are waiting for him down there all along. Just like us, Dr. Couchit, and you, and everyone in Babel. Little people made of pebbles, white, black, green, red, and a whole lot of them. They'll surround the puppet and bring him far away following the fierce river waters. But where can they go? We are currently falling from this platform. She finally noticed what Teresa has done. This tower is being erased. All the information that was organized and put together here is being broken apart. But I can still feel Teresa's presence here, as if she still exists within the scattered information. Everywhere, although it's vanishing quickly. She's fighting against it, as are the myriad souls. She said she, in quote, has finally noticed what Teresa has done. I assume the priestess. Get your head moving, Hood. Even the platform we're on is breaking apart. Shit. The thing's falling down. Doctor, I've got you. Old hag, your little freak isn't here to help you, so stay still unless you want to fall and shatter into a million pieces. I have an idea on how to slow down our descent. Old fossil, get out here and help. I know you can do it. I'll wrap everyone in my arts too. I don't see the landship. Where's Logos?
The land ship got swept away with the ocean waves when it was coming to a calm. But I remain, and I will be your ferry. I told you, Doctor, we will reunite in peace and tranquility. I got it. I know where the puppet will go, Teresa. The Pebble people will take the puppet along the River of Tears. Eleazar. Even if they get dizzy from the river's current, as long as they don't give up and stay together hand in hand, they'll never get lost within the tears of sadness. When you are truly confused by everything, you will remember the answers you seek were here all along. I think I figured out how to leave.
Teresa, are you the one guiding us? Doctor.
Nods. You and Amiya subconsciously raise your hands at the same time. Within the silent space, a familiar ship rises from the sea of information. The airship that was supposedly shattered into pieces is reconstructed anew, according to your intentions, hovering below you. The both of you gaze at the giant diamond shape in the distant void. Oranginium, Truth, Priestess, Teresa. Diamond? Or rhombus? Why is it a diamond now? It's time we left this place. The airship accelerates forward, tearing apart the void as it enters the light. The puppet and his friends don't know how much time has passed, but they never give up. And even though they're super tired, they share the same wish. And when the water slowed down, they seized the chance to float up all the way. They succeeded and finally saw a sea, a golden sea painted gold by the sun. It turns out they didn't just cross the River of Tears, but also a vast ocean they didn't know about behind them. They set foot on land once again. See you, Eleazar. I'll be here waiting for you. Okay, priestess. Wow.
We may have achieved a perfect victory, but we still can't let our guard down.
A lot of stuff happened there. Wow. Class conversion system. I can speak. Unlocked. And a giant gap. With that red line again. Alright. First, proxy, or proxy, pushes you back into the ocean because we don't like seaborne here. It's a secret stage we unlocked it since you used Omni. Oh, they put it over there. I see. I thought it was going to be underneath the level we unlocked it. I just finished making an entire Google form about emotional storytelling, and due to it being about Arknights, I wanted to see what people's favorite story was. I proceeded to write literally every single Arknight story I could think of. This was very, very fun. Not. By write story, you mean record all this, like all the events and stuff, or? I mean, I think Lone Trail. I mean, Lone Trail has got to be definitely one of the favorites. We'll go unlock that. Her class system. But,
Have you been doing well lately, Doctor?
The myriad, man, I did not expect the myriad souls to to be destroyed. That's pretty crazy. And I also was like, now I want to go, because in Lone Trail, speaking of Lone Trail, where's Amiya? Did they switch her automatically? They switched her automatically. In Lone Trail, Noski plays her bone flute. And so they talk a little bit about death and stuff. And I'm like, that takes place after this. So the Myriad Souls is gone for that. So I kind of want to read what she talked about and see if they mentioned maybe anything kind of related to that. Probably not, but yeah, I did not expect the Myriad Souls to be gone. So now Sarkaz are free to, when they die, you know, where do they go? Well, you know, that's life's big question. But, I'm like, it's interesting. So all Sarkaz would go into the Myriad Soul. The Myriad Soul was tied into Oranginium. So even if the Sarkaz wasn't infected, presumably they would still end up there. But what's interesting is, what about an infected Sarkaz? And an infected person presumably is absorbed by Oranginium, because that's literally what's happening, is they're turning into Oranginium. So would an infected Sarkaz still end up in Oranginium? Or are they completely free of that? I like that her art is just a bunch of rhombuses. All the way down. Threads of melancholy lie scattered across the ribbons, interweaving with the longing and hope spilling from her heart, her skirt seared by sorrow and crown atop her head showcasing her firm faith. She has prepared herself for this. The whole race is trapped. Yeah, but not trapped anymore. Unless maybe they're infected still. Which, like, a lot are. But maybe they gotta, maybe they cheat now. Maybe they skip it. Also, so like Teresa, like, okay, first of all, so like destroying the Myriad Souls and everything, they kind of erased information. So like Teresa was like, yeah, I'm just gonna cease, like, to completely exist. So like, why is she still playable? Why is this a thing? I was ready. I was like, okay, she's in Oranginium, like, we're all gonna leave. She's kind of went a little weird with her goals, but sure, we can invite her back to Rhodes Island. I was ready for that, but then she's like, nah, I'm going to erase myself. So twice now, Hypergriff has killed her. And yet somehow she's still going to be playable. They better be a good explanation. One time, coming back to life one time, I'll accept. Twice, though? There better be a real good explanation. As for W, or I should say Wishadel, she did ask everyone to use her new name. So, as for Wishadel, I really like what they did for her story there. For her alter character isn't just a weapon, isn't just the new power from a revenant. It is actually also character growth. It's the whole package. I'm really happy with what they did. I was willing to accept like just a weapon or just a revenant, but definitely that they tied it in with her name is really good, which is what I hoped for. So I wonder if she'll stick around. Teresa asked her to, like, you know, help make the new future for everyone, so bet she will. I hope so. Hodor and Ines, they all can stick around. A lot of good, and Logos being like, I will like be the ferryman for all Sarkaz now that there's no myriad souls, so like I'll make sure to like guide their souls wherever that might be. That's cool. What does Amia do? Only really work if he is immortal. What happens after his death? I don't know, he has a kid? Empathy of Grief, ASPD plus 60, heals all nearby allies within a certain HP equal to 20% attack upon each attack. Vision of Mercy performs an attack with 170% attack against all enemies in range, inflicting minus 60% ASPD. That's really good. Minus 60% movement speed. That's nice. For 7 seconds. For every enemy hit, attack is increased by 25% up to 5 times. Subsequent damage becomes true damage and attacks 2 enemies at once. In Prayer of Sincerity, when deployed, all allied units have max HP increased by 8%. Nice. And while skill is active, all allied units recover 2.5% of max HP per second. Dang. She has a global heal as her talent. I'm a little confused by, first of all, interesting that her second skill, which is only used once, is only 25 cost. But her first skill is 70 cost? That's a lot. I'm a little confused by her first skill because, like, her talent, she's an incantation, so she already heals when she does damage. But her skill is then heals. Oh, heals all nearby allies. Oh, it's AoE. That's the difference. Okay, missed the very crucial all. Such a big AoE character. Interesting. Gets better with her module, which I guess isn't out yet. Should be out next event. Okay. Let's just finish it. This is the last one, right? I believe so. Yeah. I'll be right back though. Quick break. The secret stage has a story to it? Oh, really? Well, I might hold off on that, but I do want to at least finish the full thing. I have returned. Also, what I was going to say about the story we had gotten, they replayed the story for us in the last level, but I hadn't forgotten it. The story about the puppet guy crossing the River of Tears. I guess there's actually a couple things it can be an analogy for, but the one that stood out for me in that moment was the myriad souls leaving, being destroyed, and passing on, crossing the river to the land of hope. That's what stuck out to me. But also, you can definitely apply it to even just our group leaving, passing through Oranginium. It did seem like that was partly what they were also retelling it for in that moment. But it definitely feels the more for the myriad souls part for me personally. I have to get used to Movement Player. Every time if I click off the emulator for Movement Player, it turns black on the screen. They also talked about, they keep talking about La Cura Maline, but I just don't understand what, I don't understand what La Cura Maline's all about. Hopefully maybe we'll get some answers in Phono R's little archive or something. I don't know. Night goes gentle, even death may die. Wait, this is Babel.
The help of his friends, the puppet crossed the River of Tears and even the Golden Ocean behind them, they didn't know about. Finally, they set foot on the land once again and found the Plains of Hope. Teresa, do you like the ending I came up with? Of course I do. The puppet's friends. That's my favorite part of the story. But how did the story actually end, Teresa?
Teresa? I can't recall ever having this conversation with Teresa, but I've dreamed of it happening countless times. It meant the story would finally get an ending it never had, and that the storyteller never left. I want to tell her I already have the power to change how the story ends. The question I wasn't able to answer back then, and the answer I found now. I'm willing and able to bear this crown. Amia. Middle matter fall like feather. There's no way we can stabilize this huge-ass thing. We'll end up a smear on the ground at this rate. Time to get to work, ancestor. I'm trying. Her gaining control of the ship is no easy feat. Also, I guess the Revenant's just gonna be a character now. Anytime Wishadel shows up. Quit pretending. How are you so good at it when you're working for the military commission? Insolence. Treat your elders with more respect, young Sarkaz. Probably get a name for that guy. I guess it's kind of like Kaltz and Monster. The parallels. We have to brace ourselves for the impact from the airship's landing. Emergency landing. Monster, protect the doctor and Amia. Dr. Couchit, they need me.
Amia. The puppet's friends never gave up on him, no matter how they suffered. Whenever the puppet needs them, they'll grow up, catch him, and walk him through his troubles together. That's what I wish for too. I hope I'll always be there whenever you need me.
She's looking at me.
Teresa? But what we go through, things don't always go our way. Some of the little puppet's friends will get lost along while on their journey. But their collective memories will accompany their little puppet friend to the end. Amia, I will always be with you all, regardless of what form I take. Teresa, are you leaving? What are you saying, Amia? I left long ago. What? You're not Teresa? Amia, the memories in your dream are warm, but you should wake up now. Return to your companions, Amia. They need you. Your journeys have yet to end.
How did I end up here? We just left the Assimilated Universe. I remember the airship returning to our familiar sky, orangenium crystals covering the entire ship receding like the tide. This is the most I can do with my incantations. I'm afraid there's no way to absorb all the impact force. I'm trying my best here. One more time, old coot. Monster. Everyone needs me. What can I even do now? Believe in your strength, Anmia. I will help you. Every inch of that gigantic ship vibrates in a metallic shudder. The airship's speed of descent slows down once more. She uses everything Teresa has taught her, with all her strength, to prop up the monstrously huge vessel. A warm power like a murmur from her dreams encircles Amia. She feels as if that person who left has returned, hugging her. Teresa! I'm here. Amia has never experienced a feeling like this. The Civilite Eterna's power enveloping her, abundant and warm. Is this an illusion, or is she still dreaming? Teresa, is that really you? Well done, Amia. You have to believe in your comrades, and your own strength too. We'll descend slowly. Well, I guess her memories would still be in the Civilite Eterna, unless, like, the Civilite Eterna and the Myriad Souls were technically different, but also tied together. All three of them were tied together. I don't really know what the separation is at this point. Is the Civilite Eterna even useful anymore if the Myriad Souls are gone, or how does this work? Every Sarkaz on the battlefield raises their head, as if sensing a familiar aura. The silhouette of a supposedly dead king of Sarkaz appears in the radiance. With a sigh, they no longer see her, only a gentle countess with a similar form to the person they were expecting to see. Although I guess the Civilized Eterna was more the memories of the kings who wore the crown, and then just the ability to read emotion. It wasn't necessarily the memories of other people who weren't the king. Yeah, they'd have to be there because the people whom the creators, the researchers, their memories are stored because they put on the helmet. But they were never Sarkaz or anything. So the Civilized Eterna still work in that regard. We landed safely, I guess. Was that old thing actually useful, or... Bunny, why do you look like...
We should tell. What about me?
Forget it. Did we end up in Londinium? The shard doesn't seem so far away.
Yes, the airship is a huge target, so the Sarkaz station within the city will soon come looking for us. We'll have to evacuate as quickly as we can.
I have something better in mind.
Teresa, no, you're not. I'm the only one who can see you, right?
Teresa's Phantom. So that's her new character model.
Yes, others can see me as well, only if you wish it so. Just, who are you? A promise. Teresa promised to stay by your side and watch you grow up. Teresa is gone forever, but she left a program inside the crown. I manifested in this form because of your emotions.
A program? A promise, an emotion entrusted into this crown, a will that relies on Civilized Eterna to exist. So, yeah, so her memories are still in the crown. Teresa made it so the crown can project a physical manifestation, which Amiya chose subconsciously to make look like Teresa, and also can be invisible only to anyone else. It's up to Amiya to choose who actually can see it. Okay, that's kind of crazy.
Do you have any doubts, Amiya? I can answer them. If Teresa truly left you here as her will, the story about the puppet and its ending, what was it that Teresa wanted to tell me? Teresa made up that story herself, and there are no records of it in any existing works. So there is no way I can answer your question. So, but you have surpassed her as she wished. What she wanted to say has already been passed on to you. It's up to you to decide what will happen next in the story. Thank you, Teresa.
I guess I'll accept that. I guess I'll accept it's just like an AI that looks like Teresa and has her memories and personality, I guess. Did you guys see that? The Sarkaz airship fell from the sky. The clouds, they're scattering. The Sarkaz can't control the storm anymore.
I mean, the doctor did it. No matter how short or long this moment of safety lasts,
We must seize the opportunity. Capture Silver Rock Bluffs and advance towards the city walls. Rout the Sarkaz. So, we'll just see what happens. Okay.
Today marked the second time we witnessed the departure of a great king of Sarkaz, a true hero. She initiated an unprecedented grand undertaking for the Sarkaz, and we are witnesses and participants. From the royal court camps to the war council and to the military commission of today, we will never fall as long as war still goes on. We have already wrested enough victories for the Sarkaz over the past millennia.
He looks up at the dreadful scene in the sky with only reverence.
The Victorians zealously chase after the phantom of victory, while never understanding why we crave war in the first place. From death comes new life. This war has sated me.
The 106th Assault Artillery Brigade has successfully regrouped the 2nd and 8th Battalions on the Duke of Normandy's Grenadier Regiments. The 9th Battalion Armored Corps and the Exemplars have seized control of Hill 92. Anti-witchcraft cannons back online. Main range communications have been restored. Your Grace, the battlefield is back under our control. What of him? The Gastral is severely damaged and should still be... Hold on, we just managed to locate it. It's right next to us. How did you not see it? Your Grace, an urgent telegram from the Duke of Godwin. Have our forces dispatched to Dusklugo River withdraw at once. Yes, Your Grace. Your Grace. Where were we late? All the frequencies went down simultaneously. He blinded every single eye of ours. That Duke of Wellington. Many years ago, by the Dusklow River, he told me a day would come when nothing would be able to stop the advance of high-speed battleships. He's done it. Your Grace, the Gastral has paused its advance. The Iron Duke's warships are forming up again. 3 light battleships have turned their guns toward... Isn't that the Duke of Wellington's ship? What the bloody hell are they doing? The Sarkaz have only just retreated, but he wants to start another war with the Dukes right away? Has he truly gone mad? The dead, that fire in their eyes. The nearby Adjunct Hill stops in his track. The purple fire leaves from his eyes, floating to someplace higher, further away, to shadows and smoke enshrouding an entire fleet of steel.
Your Royal Highness of Blana, are you ready?
Any time. Flame falls from the sky, rolling across the flagship bow, burning the original flag instantly. Similar fires blossom in purple one after another on every ship in Wellington's fleet. What day is it today? What's with the fireworks? Heck, not just that, isn't that the municipal building? What are they just rolling down from up there? Oh hey, it's Harmony! Long time no see.
It's a new flag. We worked so hard just for today, you know. Look. So it looks nice, doesn't it?
Whose side is she on? I don't know. Chronologically, she's still with Dublin, but I guess she joins Rose Island at some point. Thank you for the flower, Miss Reed. It's so pretty. What are you looking at, miss?
We are quite a distance from Londinium, yes. Could the ashes from the battlefield float this far?
A spark falls on the Draco's fingertip. The fleeting purple fades, leaving only a speck of dull gray ash.
It's hot.
Glad they finally showed her as well.
Tara, after a century, we finally raise our flags once more on this land. We have proved our strength to the Sarkaz and the Victorians. Here and now, no one will be able to stop us, to scorn us. Tarans, my people, they shall become the force that control the war and shape this land. We shall let everyone see the coming of a new age.
The Draco raises her hand, smiling at the land. Every Taran flag flutters in unison. A rich purple coalesces under the clouds. Finally, it stands against the crimson storm and the still flickering golden light. He really has no intention of letting us breathe. Wellington, do you truly hate Victoria, or... Your Grace, an urgent telegram from the Duke of Godwin. Again. And the Dukes of Normandy, as well as the Duke of Fife. Let them sit in their anxiety for a while. Back then, we joined hands to confine this warmonger into a duke's attire. Now we have no choice but to suffer the consequences of our actions. Go, fetch the proposal locked away in the first drawer on the right side of my desk. I wrote it myself before I came to Londinium. Will the Iron Duke be willing to restart negotiations? No, that's not it. Victoria will no longer have an Iron Duke in the future. But Castor may perhaps find a new powerful ally. By reforging an alliance with Wellington at this time? This is in our best interests. He knows I will make this choice. He and King Gale's descendant. Treat war and death like their bargaining chips. We must recognize Tara's independence if we don't wish to go to war on two fronts at this critical juncture. Our soldiers and people will be furious once they find out Wellington's betrayal. They won't accept our choices so easily either. Indeed. But what of it? The people have always longed for a hero that descends from the heavens to guide them. The Duke casts her gaze toward the battlefield below. The soldiers are excitingly chanting a name in the wake of their fresh, decisive victory. Exemplars. She certainly doesn't resemble her father, other than her golden hair. Speaking of which, it's amusing how legitimate heirs to the Arslan royal line always sport such dazzling hair that you can see it shine from far away. You mean... Alexandrina. That girl might just be Victoria's chosen one.
The ducal fleets are restructuring their formation. They're slowing their pursuit.
So that's why the cannons go all quiet. What are they thinking? Sark has only just retreated, so now's the best time to give him a thrashing.
That's Godwin's frigate. They're approaching the wreck of Castor's flagship. Seems like he's taking the opportunity for a breather.
Just that? It's probably because he's scared the ship's going to take so long to repair that the Noxahirs will rush onto the deck and devour them all.
When's the last time we saw Londinium's walls? Are they cracked wide open, covered with oranginium crystals, or soaked in fresh blood, all covered with dead branches, or even inlaid with the bones of our people? When we got out of Norport, many of us have thought that this was the worst we'd experience. But afterwards, we saw the deck flooded with blood and went through a perilous time, all thanks to oranginium. We watched as the war turned our city into an unrecognizable ruin. Is there anyone who willing to puff out their chest and say they can imagine how the city looks like inside? The Duke's spies should have more information than we do. From their conduct, Castor and the others are probably preparing to abandon Londinium. A nomadic city wrecked by the Sarkaz may be worth less than a fleet formed at a high price. Also, the Shard has truly yet to fall. No one knows if the Sarkaz have any remaining tricks to try, or if another city will turn into a battlefield. More nobles might decide to move their troops back home. Blast it! I knew they'd pull something like that. Win a tough fight, and then not give a crap about what's gonna happen to Londinium. Yes, as you say, that's what they definitely do. It's just another ordinary day for La Victoria. As for us, we've decided long ago what we should do, haven't we? Siege walks into the crowd. For a moment, she cannot discern if someone belongs to the Exemplars or was saved by them. Everyone is exhausted, but they still hold their heads up high. She knows she doesn't have to say much, because opened eyes will not close so easily anymore. Everyone watches Siege. Siege looks towards Londinium, their city, their people. She lifts the hammer in her hand. Exemplars, advance. Enough, please, just withdraw the order. The sword has already stopped. How can we go on fighting? What else can we do now but be smashed into paste by a high-speed battleship? Shut up, sarcasm expletive. Shut that mouth of yours. We are at war and this is a battlefield. Hide in here all you want and some feline will eventually lop your head off anyway. Pick up your blade. If we must die, we die with dignity. There's no other way we can go. What's going on? Who else could use the Royal Court's frequency? Whose signal is this? Hello? Can anyone hear me? Okay, I did not expect Wishatel. Wishadel's the name. The one and only name granted by Her Highness, the King of Sarkaz, Teresa herself. Every Sarkaz still under the Military Commission's command, listen up. I don't care if you came here after hearing whatever nonsense from Teresa's, or some royal court geezer. I'm delighted to announce that the war has ended and you guys lost. But Her Highness says she wants to have every Sarkaz return home. So if you want to live, it's time to ignore orders from the Military Commission and do as this transmission says. Oh, I should have mentioned it earlier. This is Babel. Snap. She's actually doing it. Rishadel's gonna, actually try and unite the Sarkaz. Quick, follow me. This path is safe. We haven't spotted any Sarkaz for the time being. A transmission. Our own exemplar frequency. Misc closure.
I'm listening. Turn up the volume and some more. Everyone should be able to hear it now. Wow, did I hear that right? That siege lady did it. She brought back our people with her, and together pave a way. A way home. I've sent a squad closest to their location. Over. We've sent a squad closest to their We've sent a squad closest to their location. Over. Fang's squad is also on their way. She's the fastest out of them, and can help us ensure the road stays clear. Right. Next, I have to find a relatively safe spot for the rendezvous. No need for that. Misc, we're quite close to the city walls. Every maintenance access tunnel is inside my head. Every member of the Self-Salvation Corps who pulled out from Londinium won't forget them. There are some very old passages the Sarkaz definitely have no clue about. We can go home. That frequency you care about is active. Judging from their speed, they're practically swashing towards the city. The passages of Sarkaz don't know about only... The passages of Sarkaz don't know about only number a few. They'll definitely pick the path closest to her Highberry. K-13? Something happened in there before. Feist won't risk that with his party. It's probably K-15. If they go through somewhere else, spread some news about munitions factory number 11 and figure out a way to lure them there. Same rules as usual. Yes, clean the path up as much as you can. And don't get spotted when we make a kill, yeah? You're more wary with these regular workers and exemplars than you are with the Sarkaz. In case something does go awry, could you just let me know if you see them as friend or foe? That doesn't matter. The person they knew is no longer here. That disgraceful traitor died in the Mausoleum of Kings, and is no longer worthy of achieving the glory they threw away themselves. She hears a faint familiar sound once more, again and again agitating her eardrums and heart. And there is no white steam in the sky at all. Perhaps it is merely the sound of active oranginium rapidly evaporating into the air. That armor, did it fly away? We haven't gotten any news. The Sarkaz might have taken it apart, or maybe oranginium buried it on the battlefield. You achieved your goal for now by leading it to the Side of Kings to help the exemplars out, but it's really difficult to control. Do we have to figure out a way to retrieve it? Let's not risk ourselves with that yet. Sure, I mean, it might just pop out on its own accord whenever. Who knows what a mad ghost would want to do next? Perhaps. Or maybe, when next we meet, he can find a bit of something that belongs to him.
No, absolutely not. You know just how rare it is to find protective gear about able to cope with high levels of oranginium and londinium nowadays. But your price, it's just too we have a lot of people in our community who needs these, so can't you just cut it down? You just told me your wife and child have stones growing on them, and they can't bear with the pain. I'll be frank, me too. Every night it gets so bloody painful I can't catch a wink. I suspect the same goes for everyone in this city. Those etched crystals are growing wantonly on everybody. Not to mention those devils are anxiously running amok now. So listen well, my price is fairer than fair. You're worried for your health, but I have to plan for my future. Columbia's private sanatoriums don't come cheap. I know a director there who's a cunning scoundrel, and I only hope he doesn't con me out of my coin. Also, I have to pay my servants, my chef. What's going on?
Mr. Hall, they're currently...
Have the Sarkaz found us? Hurry, get moving and push out those paupers still clinging around our doorway to buy some time. Those devils can't tell whose lives are more valuable. No, it's not that. They're not Sarkaz. Blast it, they've smashed in our warehouse wall. Now everyone's rushing in to grab the goods inside, and we can't stop them. What do I pay you for? Where are your electrical nets and heavy crossbows? I don't care if you attract some Sarkaz as long as you keep the goods safe. But they have fire on their side. Fire?
Good day, Mr. Hall.
I know you people. Reunion, right? The city has been abuzz about your group for these past 2 days. Listen to me, Reunion. I don't know why there's a misunderstanding between us. I'm infected too. We're basically family, right? We can work together. Just name a price. How much for you to be my bodyguards?
Reunion doesn't accept employment offers.
What about a share of my sales or a donation? I can make a donation as an infected. Cities infected need all these urgently. Aren't we the people you fight for?
Donation. That's not the tune you were whistling earlier.
Oh, I see. I get it now. I should have thought about it earlier. Of course. Everyone would want all of this for themselves. You're just capitalizing on another crime.
You want to set the score? Sure. I'll begin. Stuart Hall, you applied for a huge subsidy every year for protective equipment because your factory possesses orangenium. But your workers have never seen a single garb of protective gear you've accumulated. The infected living in the outskirts of town, just how many of them were your workers who were kicked out from your factory? Meanwhile, you've stuffed yourself with Columbian Pioneer Company meetings. Failing to send all these gear out before war broke out of Londinium must have cost you a pretty penny. But you still thought yourself lucky. Londinium's done for, and the protective suits you almost deemed a loss came in handy once again.
Just what do you people want? Are you not a group that liberates the infected? Look, just look at the stones all over my body.
Physical illness is not the source of the infected suffering. It is injustice. Your luck has run out, Mr. Hall. Because Reunion is here.
Damn. You're Tallulah, right? I've heard about you. It's all thanks to you.
Just doing what I should. This is a lot of protective suits we have here. We'll have to distribute them. If infection is inevitable for some, this equipment can slow the disease progression for those already sick, but at the very least, they won't suddenly explode into bits from continuous exposure in a high-level orangenium zone.
Most of the infected choose to hide in their homes, so they won't know who to ask for help even if their condition gets terribly dire, right? Let's go look for them.
Tommy, you know how dangerous that is.
Of course. How that odd thing hanging over the shard seems to be gone, and the sky seems to have lightened up a bit. Ghost of Sarkaz are having some trouble. Our blokes are saying a huge amount of Sarkaz are retreating into the city. They're also swarming the spots where that flying fortress fell. According to the current alert level, going out is practically suicide.
Then you still...
We're doomed long ago. We were doomed long ago, right?
I understand.
My brother lives in County Casshire. You've met him. If I don't make it back, just give my wrench to him, if possible. Tell him I was, forget it. Tell him nothing. Also, Catherine, my stance towards you, Feist and Self-Salvation Corps, and Rose Islanders have never changed.
There's no meaning in saying that. What happened won't change. If you can influence the change, whatever's yet to happen. But you can influence and change whatever's yet to happen, kid.
Then we're all good to go.
That's quite brave of them. You spent quite some time staring at some of these punks. They turned their backs on us. Reunion nearly collapsed because of these traitors. These fellas don't shake things up too much. Is there anyone who has never been confused in their life? We have our own rules. There are other places that could use your help, but you'll go over anyway, right? Save your strength, avoid combat. Go get suits from Percival and keep yourself safe. How did you know? Forget it. Thanks. That went smoothly. Quite a number recognized you and your fire, Tallulah. I already put the shackles back on. If only they could see my flames as hope. Now we have a literal city of infected. Can you find a shadow of your former ideals in it? Only rebel and ruin everywhere I look. Even we infected live in our vastly different lives. We suffer from the same disease, but never the same kind of suffering. This is why Reunion has to be here. If the infected are born from injustice, then we will stand against all injustice. I guess Tallulah got kind of what she wanted. Chernobog was supposed to be an infected city. Londinium is now an infected city. I wonder if they'll take over. Oh, you're finally back. Are you hurt, child? The Sarkaz didn't spot you, did they? I'm fine. Thank you for letting me stay here. I brought some food back with me. How are you feeling today? Oh, there's more stones, but it's fine. It doesn't hurt. An old lady like me never had much long to live anyway. But a group came by while we were gone. They're good people. They gave me a checkup and I asked them to come back in a bit to examine you two. A checkup? Were they doctors? Rose Island should be in the city by now, but I haven't managed to reconnect with them, if that was them. Doctors? Oh, I'm not sure, but they told me to look for a place with flames if I needed any help. Flames. Oh, you're back. This girl has helped me so much, she's infected too, so take her with you for an examination. Oh snap, it's 9. So it's you. Yes. It's been a long time, Chin. The artisans who carved the giant statues here many years ago never could have imagined the guards of the royal mausoleum collapse into rubble due to the Sarkaz instead of standing for eternity together with Victoria. The Farenmut skeleton emerges from deep underground, landing with a few lucky survivors. Ines, where are we? It's too quiet. We're not on a battlefield. Ines? Ines! Ines! Ines Hodor is awake! Paprika, where are we? Where's Ines and W? What's become of the battlefield now? Did they recapture the lifeboat already? We're currently underground with many stone giants. Ines is... and W went with the others and... Wait, hold on, that's too many questions at once. You recovered quicker than I thought. I thought he'd be more ruthless with you. What of him? Who knows? Ascalon might have already killed him. Heh. Don't give me that look. It's good for us if he's really dead. But Ines... Paprika, now's not the time. Okay.
Currently, we've stopped the lifeboat in the Mausoleum of Kings. W followed the doctor and the others to stop the airship, but we don't know how they're doing. How'd they get lifeboat inside the mausoleum? I guess it can teleport. The Mausoleum of Kings, are you sure? I recognize the Steam Knight's equipment. There are also plenty of Sarkaz remains here. If my hunch is right, this is where the Steam Knights were surrounded and killed back then. Any other clues? I did find something. Take a look. This is clothing. Found it on a relatively intact Sarkaz skeleton. I thought it might jog your memories. There's a word embroidered on a lining. Julie. Julie, Hodor, did you know them? Hodor shakes his head. There aren't many Sarkaz with names, and there's nobody involved in the slaughter here that was ordinary. She left her name here, and it should have stayed undiscovered forever. But we chanced upon her. What she and the others did here will ultimately be remembered by us. But it sounds like it wasn't something to be happy about. We already have more than enough of our own buried in this foreign country after all. How many of them can we remember when everything's over? So what's next? Your injury? We should tell. War ended. Live. This is babble. We should tell. Who? That sounded like W. Huh. What's she up to this time? Have we received any more intelligence from outside the battlefield? Shakes head nervously. I fear we might have missed on something very important. He really did try to kill me. Give yourself some time to heal. I won't die just yet. Our top priority is to contact the doctor and W. If she wasn't lying in that transmission, then she really needs us right now. It seems like the battle has gone way past how I expected it to go. Regent Teresa. What exactly have you two done? Counts it. The backup plan is working. We escaped to the underground passage covered by chaos in the airship's crash landing. Is this the same passage where Manfred is, though? We went through so much in the Assimilated Universe, but Orangenium's special nature means we're only gone for a brief moment. This will likewise be a sudden change for the military commission. It could be a chance for us. Indeed, communications are being restored, and the Ducal Alliance will speed up their advance. I don't think the military commission will stand a chance against the surrounding offensive from the Alliance. About that. A proactive attack from us might bring greater results if we rely on the contact point within the city she strived to preserve. It is only because she put herself in danger during this time that our backup plan managed to proceed without a hitch. She did well. Well, look who it is! I'd love to hear from Calcit in private about what your group went through, but it really isn't the best time for that. To be honest, it was all I could do to bring you out of the chaos. Many of those in the city saw the airship crash, and everyone has been guessing who's done it. Doctor, you may find it hard to imagine the joy when you suddenly see hope within the long, dark night. Sounds like it'll benefit our operations in the city. I wouldn't call it a benefit. At most, it means more possibilities for us. Heidi, how did contact enclosure go? Communications are still being restored. And the city's taken quite a big hit. We're pressed for time, too. No, she insisted I call her Wishadel. She said she received a transmission from her subordinates and took off to verify it. I couldn't stop her. No matter. She knows very well what she should be doing. Also, check your belongings. She must have left a way for us to contact her. Huh. There really is. When did she leave this beacon on me? That's very much her style of doing things. It might also be a bomb. How are Amia and Logos doing? The next area hasn't been swept clear yet. Once they confirm it's safe, well, we'll evacuate to the next safe point at once. Dr. Amia, she... Don't worry about her, she just needs some time. Alright. I'll try my best to get in touch with more of our friends inside the city. We'll need their help. I've also just compiled all the information we know. Sync that data with Closure once you've managed to connect with her. I also uploaded the arrangements for other Rhodes Island operators onto PRTS. Tell them to update their PRTS as soon as they can so everyone's on the same page. Seizing the opportunity. Yes, currently every faction in Londinium has their own blind spots. It's a chance for us to buy time and react to everything in advance. Understood. I'll handle it. I'm the one most familiar with the rebuilt intricacy network. After all. Or intracity, not intracity. Yeah. Not intricate. You may not have noticed, Doctor, but you've become more proactive ever since we left the Assimilated Universe. Is that so? Is it due to the first Orangenium? You've become somewhat impatient ever since you met Teresa and learned some truths I am unable to speak of. I don't think it's a bad thing. I still have my own reservations, but what's important now is to stay clear-headed and make your judgments. Why did I betray Teresa back then? Only Teresa knows the truth to that. I may not make any further comments on that incident, but it does not mean my anger towards that event is no more. However, Doctor, you have proven yourself to me, to us. You have walked on the same path as us, to where we are today. That's enough to prove that Teresa made the right decision. So, there's no need to be trapped by your past self. Besides, you know absolutely nothing about everything that has happened. That's why I can't comprehend Teresa's choice. But from her few sentences, I have a suspicion that fills me with fear. I have a guess as to what my own mission is. That's kind of very different. Wow, interesting. We'll go with the fear one, though. I like that. I'm the savior of this land. I'm the destroyer of this land. I think it can be either, really, but we'd like to be the savior. If that is your post-reflection conclusion, I have no objections. But the you I see before me is still far away from accomplishing that. The path ahead of us is still very, very long. No, perhaps we don't have much time left. Doctor, the future will not wait for us to be ready before it comes. But I will follow you with Rose Island down this path. But now our key focus should be on the thing that can turn the tides of war. Omninom. Teresa would only hand it over to someone she trusts the most, no matter how the Sarkaz are faring. Teresa's trust towards Teresa's has never changed. They have never truly diverged from one another. What we currently face is still within the scope of their plan. Teresa's, we have unfinished tasks to get to. We don't know what Teresa's plans to do with a weapon that can easily change this land. There is reason to believe it will not be a gentle method. We need to stop him. Orangenium has something to do with me. I can't absolve myself from the atrocities that happened in Londinium either. Perhaps this is my mission. Yeah, I can't absolve myself. Did you just smile? And then it's gone. No. Now have you decided your next course of action, Doctor? I'll need your help.
Episode 14, Absolved will be the Seekers. End. But wait, there's more. Now, the Sarkaz have only one choice left to make, Teresa. Yes, our people have already made their choice. I will fulfill the promise made between us. I will help you. Why do you sigh? I know if I won, you would stand by my side without a shred of hesitation. Isn't that right? Teresa's? Teresa's can no longer hear her voice. She is gone, but her answer to the future remains. Hold on a second. All right. She is gone, but her answer to the future remains. The first Orangenium fell from the shard's peak, traversed the barrier, and landed in the palace of Westalig's subterranean throne room. Oh. The answer already lies in the palm of his hand. You wrest the key of freedom for the Sarkaz from its arrogant creator, as you promised me you would. But I lost you completely. Teresa, have you fulfilled your promise? You've fulfilled your promise. So how could I resign myself to walk in your shadow? I will continue ahead on the path you are halfway through to the end, to retrieve what is ours from those who believe they dictate our fate. I shall judge that arrogant sin, and this land ought to revere us. This war, to him, has already ended, and as for the future, the rest will bear witness. He ignores the ancient seat of Victorian kings caked in dust and steps into an unknowable darkness. Teresa has already opened for him the door to the truth. He looks forward to what he'll find beyond that door. Who will be there to welcome him? I have a question. Phantom of a bygone age, who boasts yourself a giant, a god, a supreme curator, one who can dictate the fate of the Sarkaz, are you truly the only one of your kind? Dr. Eleazar. Dude, God, what if he finds Priestess in there or something and starts working with Priestess? That'd be crazy. That would be really crazy. The secret level is not even a level. It's just a story. Okay, I thought it was maybe both. Maybe. Okay. Where do you get Teresa from? Is it from the secret place? Like, I've not seen her, like, thing at all. Yep, okay. Good to know. It's super. Yeah.
Have you been doing well lately, Doctor?
Well, we'll do that tomorrow, though. Do that. We'll read the last. Read the secret level. Do the secret place. Do the exploration minigame thing, and then start on challenge mode as well. Tomorrow. I haven't seen Ascalon. We did not get an Ascalon preview. We saw Manfred, but where'd Ascalon go? If they never show the end of the war, they'll show it. Technically, all events have... Most events are after the war. Nothing new there. Yeah, we didn't see Ascalon, but we did see everybody else. I felt like there was something else I was gonna say, but she's dead. Oh my gosh. Keep having to attend to things. Everyone expects me to be finished, so everyone's like, hey, hey, hey. Manfred won. Ain't no way. Ain't no way I'd accept Manfred ever winning anything. Yeah, there was something I was gonna comment. I forget now. I'm sure I'll remember it. Yeah, I don't know. Got nothing for now. So that is all. We'll be back tomorrow. Thank you all for watching. Till we meet again, may the sands of time treat you well.